Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion. Today, we're going to be looking at the livestream announcement as it comes in for Path of Exile's 0.4.0 announcement, and this is going to be my livestream reactions. However, if you're watching this on YouTube and you're watching it after the fact, you might actually find that you can easily jump ahead. I'm going to attempt on YouTube to squish out the next 33 minutes and remove. Alrighty, Slimmy Jimmy on YouTube asking what's up with Delirium Fog. It just gets really annoying. It's like oppressively grey, and it kind of is the endgame beyond a certain point in POE2. Anyways, here we go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Yeah, just fix the doubled audio issue. Sorry all, I just have to block this for a bit. I have seen the leak of this.
Then? You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
And we're about to see Wyvern form. So dexterity aligned wolf form, strength aligned bear form, and interlined wyvern form.
I will find you, Eve.
Yep, so that is exactly what was leaked, for those of you that missed the leak.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out.
Okay, that's a really cool mechanic. Cast a spell,
But
then
how do you
start
turn
fighting.
into an animal, you
It's
may
not
ask?
going to work for everything.
Well, the answer
on
is
it.
a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's Furious Slam.
Okay, that's a cool mechanic. I do think it's only going to
While
work in
bear
longer
form,
fights, though.
many of your abilities use Rage. There are a lot of ways to generate Rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough Rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam.
Okay, the glowing is a good
Your
thing.
bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
Okay, that's a cool
Use the
setup.
Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
Comments come up in Twitch. Can we use Talismans in
Or
other
use
classes?
Seismic Cry
Yes,
to
you
stun
can.
your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer.
Okay, that is awesome. That is
Finally,
hilarious.
build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true
That's
bear
epic.
apocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing
Pounce
the
will be
marked
really
enemy
good,
will
just
summon a wolf
the
to
ability
your
to
side,
jump in
allowing
quickly
them to
in
fight
combat.
with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies.
There's some interesting combo setups. I do wonder
If they're
whether
still alive
we'll
after
use them in
that,
practice
your
or
pack
not.
of wolves can finish them off.
Beyond like progression bosses.
Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic Wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
I should point out at this point they're confirming that the interludes are staying as is, so Act 5 speculation is not happening based on this video.
Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some
cool
melee
colour
weapons,
skill.
but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
Very
But that's not all you
strange
can spit.
hybrid setup
You
there.
have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created
It's very
in
much
water
a
will be
combo
larger
skill
and deal
setup.
more damage.
I expect people will love or hate the Druid
Now,
based on
with
this.
our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings,
This looks
so we have to take
cool.
full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
It also doesn't look very strong, just judging on the damage numbers. It doesn't look like some massive ultimate ability.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems.
Oh,
Spell
spell
totems
totems,
are meta
nice.
gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed. But they're also available from quite a few other places as well.
Yeah,
I'm
3
sure we'll be
charges
seeing
is
a
a
lot
lot,
of different
so we're not going to be
spellcaster classes
spamming
thinking
these.
about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also
Lizard
use it
dies
on
based
many
on
other
Ignite.
classes with wind
Ignite needs
skills,
work.
like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles.
This feels like something for monstrously powerful PCs.
Accelerated
only.
growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost.
Echoing Cry sounds really good. And numbers depending.
Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
Yeah, agree.
Now with a new class comes new ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are.
That's
and with
cool.
Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
Not sold on the numbers on that,
With
though.
the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
Oh, that's
You
going
can
to be
also
complex to
allocate
work
Bringer
out.
of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of Foresight and utilizes this in
Such
combat
an
to gain massive
awesome
advantage.
image there.
When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of Foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit.
Okay, that's
Or Corruption
weird.
Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire.
Oh, that's
As
cool.
a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily.
Oh,
Now, of
that's
course, the Druid isn't
fantastic.
the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal. A gateway through time.
Oh, that looks so cool.
Travel into the past. Again. And again.
Yeah, this is Incursion, but redone.
Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me! The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely.
Yeah, I gotta block a couple of seconds out there.
After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place
It's like
paths to
synthesis.
link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns.
Very synthesis.
For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous.
Yeah, this is very
You
synthesis.
don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple.
That's a good thing to have.
After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Atziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Atziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
That portal looks so cool,
Atziri
but
is on
it's
the
going to
far
get
side
so
of the
annoying.
temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had.
That'll be double corruption instead of single.
In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment.
Yep.
This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Heh.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Oh yeah, there's double corruption for gems.
For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalizi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sitaqualotl's thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires.
How are we making that? I wonder
Get
how
a
that works
sacrificial
then.
chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
Oh, foulborn items.
Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab.
Yeah, this is so synthesis.
But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely.
That's
After
crazy.
getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
Oh, that's going to be really frustrating. I do not like that
Some
mechanic.
rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways.
Hey, Chris, thanks for the sub.
Using a Queeperlartal's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socketables back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it.
That's useful. That's very useful, actually.
Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not
That's a
interrupt
huge
your mapping
improvement.
too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But
Doesn't have enough
we are
gem
also
levels,
bringing
I
the
don't think.
previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want
Yes,
to
as
specialize in
expected.
running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
Oh, good. Good.
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. But there are more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could
Hey,
specialize in the
that's
interaction with
useful.
other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard
Lots of
loud
flexibility.
and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we
Instead,
are. Here's the delirium.
we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes.
Alright, that's cool.
Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
Bring to POE1 as well, please.
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
Okay,
This
I
only
think that should
applies
work
to
well.
regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this.
Yep, that's probably the biggest
Now,
problem.
we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that
Atlas
becomes a
passive tree
much
is the
bigger
next
issue
thing
in the
that needs
endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It
That would be
does
awesome
make
if they get
quite
this
a big
right.
difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers.
Rip Lightning Arrow or not?
As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree.
Passive tree will
These
be the
changes should
biggest
go a
thing
long
possibly.
way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Okay, this interests me. I thought
As
they'd be
always,
bringing.
the microtransactions in these packs
I thought they'd
are
be
purely
bringing core
cosmetic
packs.
and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
That orb
First
is
up,
cool.
the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you
That's
next
gonna be
move,
very
the
annoying
stone
in town.
crumbles around you. The precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it.
That portal is cool.
Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurans had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
Okay, that's
The
funny.
time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalguran seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast.
This does not look like a very
Many
practical
ships have met
hideout.
their demise here.
Looks like Myanmar.
What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. Thank you very much for all your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering lost Vaal secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
All right, this will be interesting to see the Q&A. I think that the incursion/synthesis mechanic is going to be very, very complex to work out. It's gonna be synthesis level complexity, and more day one synthesis level complexity maybe than later on.
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into Endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course,
just on
joined
Endgame.
by
031 changes are still
Jonathan
live, and
Rogers
they were
Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the POE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to
Yeah,
see
well,
you
it has
twice as
only been
often
6
now, so
weeks,
that's
hasn't it?
fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2
Five,
months or so
sorry,
now,
five.
roughly. It's great. I
No,
love it.
6 since he was there. 6 weeks
So
apart from the release.
I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
we were seeing some people say, oh, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate stuff.
I think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself, because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand it. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to... Normally we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at Endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge.
That's a really good point from Ziggy there.
Feel like to even play it.
2.25 hours until we get the patch notes, and that'll give us a bit of a sense as to
it's almost immediately very smooth.
How OP other things are going to be.
The movement of, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well. Which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny, because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible. But then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different.
Yeah, you need different ways to get charges
really
in each
tricky
one.
to get all the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD, and that is a whole other complication because, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. I'll tell you the Wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The Wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like Wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
we were like trying to this is not working.
Right.
Like,
well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe. Yes. Like I wanted to actually get this the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
actually
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there. I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you've got the running fast as a wolf. can't remember exactly what the Wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it does. From rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like, it was really tricky to think, like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with
see how that
plays.
plays.
Part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. I figured that's what's going on here, but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
Keep in mind though that like the big in-game changes have already happened. I feel like they made a big mistake putting them in 031 rather than 040.
Pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like, there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff, you can use it at the same time. So one talisman,
because like if all they've done in this patch, if they put the 031 changes in 040, I think things would be much more popular.
That's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on. But you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like, that just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like, I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like, you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like, we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But I mean, like, this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like, during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the I want to be all forms going between. There was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon. And now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly just, it does just spiral into like,
MBV, thank you.
Oh my God, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Yep.
And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support general. Like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed.
Okay.
There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right.
And like, no.
I think the big test with Druid is going to be how viable it is both as a combo class and
we'll
a
see where
combo
that
one.
goes, because I was like,
And
no,
that's, I think,
fine.
the thing that's a big open
It made it to
question.
me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage. Each time.
Right.
I'm like, that
Okay,
doesn't
that's interesting.
seem
That's very
intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that because that's like
Okay.
ridiculously powerful. That
Yeah.
feels like way permissive. I was
Right.
like, this feels illegal, but that's like, you gotta let a few things in there that
It's
feel
fine.
illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? So
Yeah, you gotta.
we'll see what happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
Yeah, they'll see the thing not generating rage, and they'll see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. It's just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In
Okay,
fact, it was one
cool.
of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for
Yes.
for the Druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
It's like, yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But would it be completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times
Like,
for every
all
character
right,
class?
voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly.
What?
Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works, and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique
but,
item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like the idea of like, why are things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way.
Yeah, weapon locking's been an interesting one.
A lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because like definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well,
there.
I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah.
Like...
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strengthened, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other.
I think this would be a real problem
we've
with
the
nature Dex
side
versus
of things,
Strengthening
the plants
being so
on
far away on the
Strengthened,
tray.
Is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the strength inside. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we
I think POE2 has a problem actually where the tree is too big
how can we make
for the number
this
of
going to
points
apply
you
to some
get.
other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the rangers' plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like I do like the idea of being like a rainy druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, Druid, you buffed poison rangers.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah.
Alright, good, yes. And the rain buffing lightning skills as well, by like increasing shock chance and stuff. It's
I don't know what the solution is.
Pretty,
like,
pretty wild.
You definitely have areas of the tree having
class,
identities.
How did you
means
like,
you can't combine identities
settle
together.
On an identity for the Wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is. People know what the wolf is. And even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you got plants, and you got like nature, and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf. Exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a
all the furries come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like, it's not really, there's like it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so
See, I would have immediately thought hedgehog or echidna for ranged.
Someone, of course, at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
it eventually worked. It was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like, it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for strengthened.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually, as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. Do something.
Sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types. Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad. But we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got like wings to something defensive for block, or something for hard carapace maybe, or I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the
so
wings,
much dragon
right?
lore to pull from. I
know.
got like a book that my daughter really likes to read that's like full of dragon lore. I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds?
Yeah,
That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or
Gold
something.
find would be such a bad choice in two.
Shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly POE. So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got that armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it is a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added, but yeah, it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, yeah, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go
Yeah.
full armor if you
Full armor.
want, but
Well, like,
yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah,
going
so you
on there.
could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the Wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the Wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor, in order to kind of make it so you are, like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree
Yeah, I
that
wonder what the
inspires
wolf
and
gets
motivates this, right? Like, a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and, obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could
A
work.
sorceress can't
There's
really
nothing
get to
saying-
the bottom
and
side of the
that's
tree
part of the beauty
without a
of-
massive skill
of the
grimmage,
game as
though.
well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually, like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra, I can't remember what it's doing.
There's
There's one that says do not translate on
Yeah,
it, so it's in,
wasn't sure what it does yet.
progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor, energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there.
Armorius needs help.
It was
in
based on
POE2.
what's it called?
It's like the one of the
is it Divine
six
Shield?
different
Is that the name of the keystone?
ways you can have that really is bad.
But it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a
Combinations
derivative
of
that
stats.
we're trying
It's
to get
really,
going,
it's a
but,
really weak one.
Yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like, if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose
That's a
the
really cool
benefits of
keystone.
rage,
That's
but
what
you get
keystone should be like.
to rampage around for twice as long. So a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like, actually, like, there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game, really. It's like, what are we doing with that? It's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right?
Yeah,
all the
more energy shield, not
mechanics are
necessarily
kind of
the
there,
thing that
strength
the tree
mechanics,
needs.
everything. So
It is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra
So
passes.
far.
So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems
Yeah,
ridiculous.
exactly. Why?
Because it's cool. Because it's cool. That
That's
really
the
is
best
the
reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like,
What more could you want?
I really went through. I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, you know, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, you know, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, you know, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
It's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits period.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to you know, get them in the live stream, and I was like,
That's a really good
it's got all
question.
the,
Can we get these
passives not
on
yet added to the game. I
Megalomaniacs?
thought it was an interesting way of looking at
Toastman on
it. Not
Twitch
that
is
that's actually
saying.
how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like
I would
lessons
assume
you
we
learn, you get to
can't.
now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, to, as designers, to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
Sad, isn't it?
if we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like, we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like, we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and
Yeah,
same with the
Megalomaniac
Oracle
exists in
passives, and every
POE2,
time we
it's
change
quite
the
different
tree,
one.
and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You know, you don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You know, you don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you just,
I love
like, I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, you know, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, like,
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual a secret, and maybe there's more. Well,
You want to do more
know.
of that, don't you? I can tell. Look at you.
It's
Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I actually, I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like.
I think secret stuff is really dangerous because if they overpower it,
like I understand
it ends
the
up being
need to
really
plan, I understand
disruptive
the need
because
to have
it just gets
confidence in a
playtested
build,
less.
and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement
absolutely,
animal
right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to, you know, think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that. Right. Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding.
Be interesting to see how this plays out. Like definitely. Weapon swap's going to be essential here.
To the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like they
not
at all,
have
to be, right? Like,
they're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not.
That was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yeah, sure.
Crazy. Oh, we've got a problem here. Tech issues.
In the equality of it, like
those tech issues were at their end, I believe.
Buttocks is for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent, thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like a major campaign story beat.
So
going on now.
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the League. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, you know, there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic secondary 3 dimensions deep of, you know, like I'm in the past and or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to make them feel right. I mean, even just something as simple as like the Vaal sacrifice circles that you get throughout the world. Normally what we would have done is like make one thing and call it a day. Here what we've done is we've got like 10 or more. There's a ton of variations of those where for like each act we're like, in like for each area we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are, like do a bit of interior.
One of the things of this is that you're only going to see these once each,
now need to do
because on your first playthrough through the campaign you'll interact with these ones. Later on it'll just be, let's just ignore them except with Endgame.
You know, you just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, you know, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like, you know, this makes sense. You know, I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Vaal is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Vaal stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't
Well, I mean, yeah, it's
Sounds like
a matter of
jar,
making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Ezomites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here have reacted to the fact that there was this ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
Yeah. So I'd say that, like, it does sort of... I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really, didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms
that
of
was
like
the POE1 level kind of.
Yeah. And then this one here, I think like, you get up to the level of quality that we really want to be delivering in POE2, like, post release and everything, and like the kind of the amount of content you need for a league. Like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it. But
this one's going to be tough to see because I think that the Fate of the Vaal stuff is going to be huge in terms of how much it changes the way the game feels.
When I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay,
curious
we're going to have like
get
some
a
limited number of rooms
difficulty
to kind of
right
spec
on
it
it.
out, and like and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of POE2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards and all that stuff, and it pretty soon expands into like a really huge list of like different combat encounter mechanics and different like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything. Like, there are so many new rewards and things in just in the temple. It's crazy. There's a lot there. Like, certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what POE1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a POE2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
Yeah, the funny thing is about that is that it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop Hero, and I really enjoyed it. Then everyone's going to think that the game we're inspired by is Blueprints, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
It was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for.
What is Loop Hero like? For those of you that are in chat,
it's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. One of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of writing it, like which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting other people to do it. So yeah, that was really fun. And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI of it is like a whole thing that a bunch of other people worked on and made really look really awesome. But that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about this one that grabbed you so much? Because you got so involved and so personally, like working on it at home.
Yeah, I just really enjoy this kind of like little game within a game, like little metagame things. And just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing.
That sounds cool. I'll have to give that a shot.
Really fun.
Love a good tile place.
And I just like coming up with all the little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and try to make one each feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time. Yeah. It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself. Yeah. Exactly.
The growing aspect sounds interesting.
I'm curious, like, does it like fully reset at some point? Like, for example, when you kill at Zeri?
It never fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just. That effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play. So it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work
Hear me
towards
out.
those
This
goals
feels
again.
actually
And then
this
ideally those reward
this
rooms
part
can be
they're talking
rewarding
about
enough
now
that the benefit of
feels
going
like
back to
the
smaller
older versions of Betrayal when doing Katarina reset the
going
board.
back to smaller is
It
completely
feels a bit
outweighed by
like
the
that.
benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can, yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
running out Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize.
Okay,
Because
that
if you
is
don't
an
kill the architect
interesting
and you don't kill
setup.
Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's something with a huge amount of agency.
So, for example, at the start of the game, you can only, you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps. And then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want.
If you want. Or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in
between.
10
That's
runs.
that's really good.
I
The
feel
ability
like
to
these
store a
things,
lot, but
now I
not
keep seeing,
unlimited.
like, you guys have thought of it. The
Well,
problems
the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, like, so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having a craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like, that's just a hard learned lesson from POE1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit, personally, but the thing with the killing architect and Zeri destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on POE1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time.
I think this is going to be one of those things that's good to test.
You're not wrong.
Like, this is one that you'll
Depending
see
on
in a
honestly
league,
having the
whether it's
lever
right
this
or
time
not to have
in
it this
place
way.
of how much gets destroyed instead of
Plan for
entire
that.
board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
Yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought
established-
about it, but it
Yeah.
can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with. I mean, even if it's
The thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
Because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
Yeah. You
So
can't.
I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe they
But,
hit the sweet
I
spot.
can
Maybe they
imagine that this is a
didn't,
thing that
but
gets adjusted
they
for
then
sure.
can iterate on it for
Yeah,
0
so you've made
5.
the,
and
like,
maybe
the
it
ability
needs
to sell, like,
0 4 1
corruptions, double
iterations.
corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in POE1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in POE1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like, I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why I did our temple itemization in the first place. Just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the
I tell you what might be annoying is if you can't get
There's
the
some really
rooms you want
basic
to roll.
crafts that, like, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, I mean, Vaal orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right.
Yep, that's a good decision.
Those things to make
Use
the
or
early
lose
game
exalts
have more crafting
early
stuff
game.
that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game?
Yeah, yeah.
You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms, and you're like just going on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
Yeah, I mean the temple.
So you'll have this, but at the same time you're going to lose Abyss, which was playing this role previously.
People always say, "Oh, there's no reason to do
Abyss
this during the
endgame only
campaign."
now.
It's like really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth doing. Like you're going to get a substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems like you can kind of like hold off as well. Like you can be like, "Oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later."
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory that you're like, ugh, what?
It felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and spice up all my gear.
Perfect.
Nice. Perfect.
That's what we want.
Yeah, cool. And it is interesting that you've got this like raiding the broken down version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our,
good comment coming up from Martin Araya on YouTube that
for what a league is allowed to do.
Arbiter of Ash is now mandatory. You don't need to do Uber Arbiter, but you do absolutely need to do normal Arbiter.
It fills that budget, so to speak. Of
like you're getting a lesser jewel as well, been Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from POE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in POE1, you never Vaal orb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So
that is a huge improvement.
You have to Vaal orbs, land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high-end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Vaal spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many, many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double corrupt.
Okay, cool. It keeps
that's a big improvement on POE1's double corrupt.
I didn't want to Vaal orbs to just, you'd still use them on light waystones or whatever, but I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore, because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in POE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, I'm not sure if I do want to do that, just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in POE1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
not Adziri, Vaal uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, it was just a can of worms that was just not even possible to contain.
You'd have to redesign all uniques
what
around
we were
that.
like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Vaal uniques, for obvious obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Vaal. It works differently.
Huh?
This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in POE1, so it like re-rolls. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Vaal items because they've been like
incompatible item error.
infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Vaal uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know. Just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Vaal. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Vaal unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Vaal uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Xerfes body armor that has, like, Soul Leader. And it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Itemization uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean,
and
you've also got the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true.
I feel like you want to get
that was part of that
some
when I
things
was
that are
like,
not
okay,
the
how can
mythic
we buff
uniques
this?
as
How can we
well.
buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vaal unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things where you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You would replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two... Because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, so it's like Foulborns.
You get the exact,
Basically,
like,
use
holy,
Foulborn
this unique
uniques.
just went from being worth, you know, something 1 divine to 300 divine, you know, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad. But we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new, like, Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Vaal.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, you know, like it, you know, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then? Like,
I mean, we'll be always adding more Vaal uniques.
Right.
Imagine POE1
yes,
Monsters Machination if you could get one of the mods removed.
Mechanic or some other place like that.
yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of, you know, upgrading low-level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever like discuss the idea of Vaal skill gems? It feels like weird to like add that when you're still adding regular
Yeah,
gems, I imagine.
it doesn't quite. So, I mean, fundamentally, what a Vaal skill gem is in POE1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, you know? So it's like we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills
glory
is kind of
like, yeah.
Original
that's what I
Sirkane's
figured.
asking the
It's
date
kind
of
of
release.
like, you'd
It's
only be
8
really
days from
doing it for
now,
nostalgia,
about
at this
90
point,
minutes
I
ago.
think.
Now, that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, you know, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's like a post-release feature, you know, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty sensible
And
response on Vaal
are you
gems.
still kind of with challenge leagues, planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc.
So
post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. Like it
Yeah.
basically was kind of like during early access, it doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch, we'll return to that again.
All right.
I wish they
Shifting
did have challenge
onto
leagues
the
now.
Topic of Endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery contents in the new acts, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? On that? It's
Well, we don't
obviously
have
not
anything to say at the
happening
moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we
I was hoping
didn't have
this
time in
would
this
be
one
in.
certainly to work on that.
So it's confirmed
coming
out.
up. It is really
Yeah.
just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, you know.
I feel like
just
this should have
resource
been a high
distribution
priority,
kind of
honestly.
Things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, you know, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so it's just, but right now, nothing.
All right. So on Endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the Delirium Fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the Endgame, but not only that, like you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the
So I mean,
Waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and
pretty
before
big.
we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right? Like
Yeah.
the fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the
Yeah.
fact that the effect is also annoying, you know? So that was the first thing to solve. And it really then started coming into, okay, well, you know, like how, like people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying. We only made it more annoying in Abyss with the you know, having to go somewhere else and get it, you know, like it just made it not, like not particularly great. So yeah, the first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? Like, and effectively we're kind of like, we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about you know, like which league do you want to run for different, you know, for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do, because I think that it's probably just like less busy work, less annoying. Like if every league gave you something that you needed to like craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're like, you know, from this point on, just like Waystones, they all get regular, they'll have the regular crafting with just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again like a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that you know, it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which you know, helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, yeah, how can we make sure that we're not like doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, you know, like how can we get back the, you know, like the power you had? So yeah, that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more Endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in Endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have an immediate, like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing. And that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like...
so this is the early Endgame they're talking about here.
It immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic. Yeah.
It sucks.
Like, so, but the thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something, and that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Puppet
Well,
which
the
has been
league
pretty
trees.
successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll
Sure.
be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
There's
but
stuff we want to do.
Yeah,
suffice to say,
we're
clearly not happy with it.
it's a bit of trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar.
Yeah.
It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
And so I
tricky.
do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it Endgame anyway, so I'm not going to say anything. Just in case. You never
because
know.
there's
And we
also different
can-
parts of
Yeah.
the end game that kind of are like independent of the, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But, yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented, so it's...
Yeah, the core Atlas tree
That's
needs a lot
that would
of
be a
work.
full drastic change. And then, the something that, like POE1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions, and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure, and there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that, and like the burning monolith, but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing, now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that's honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses, is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from POE1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like, they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like, some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance, and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means, unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously, we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So
Okay, that's
that was
hilarious.
like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah.
Yeah.
Kinda
On the
sad when you
YouTube
look into
discussion,
these
I
things
do
and you're
like the dodge
damn,
roll a
it was
lot.
just broken the whole time. But either way, like, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
They can finally rest.
thank you for your
the
service.
Reddit poster is hilarious
Just
there.
complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. Um,
On the dodge roll discussion on
so
YouTube chat, I think
you mentioned
the
that, but there was also
thing they're going
another
for
kind of
is
key
that
change that you wanted
dodge
to make
roll
sure
is
to get in
something
this
you
one, and that was
outgrow.
the,
Like
kind
when
of
your
like
character is
monster
weak, you
density
need it. When
getting
they're not, you don't.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. And because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning spear.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus,
right.
So let's be more precise here. What they're saying is that they want it to be a trade-off between damage and damage projection, whereas at the moment it's just sort your damage projection and then with gear you get the damage free.
Stuff, of course, but like effectively just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things, and so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable, and that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess and it was fun for my build, and the thing is like that.
Yeah. There are builds that
speaking of like Atlas tree, that's a thing where the Atlas tree should be the thing thing that you can. It's like your build can do that. Yeah. So like, I want to make sure like for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing because we're doing this whole like monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making like on the Atlas tree, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, I want the swarmy, weaker
that would be the
monsters
best
thing.
solution, yeah.
And I don't want one to. At that point, you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops, and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scaler. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. It feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is, I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both.
That's perfect.
That's fine.
That option, that is the solution.
Ideally, you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so then our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
That's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit of that in POE1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling
That's an interesting question.
What problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in POE2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that like killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that the way that feels a little bit. So but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with
we're
what
talking
you're
about
market,
overall across the map.
It seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as like relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
Because right now the goal is just getting as many kind of rare monsters and as juicy rare monsters as you can.
Everything is
also thanks to the sub
reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in POE1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really like it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in POE1 even, and in POE2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I'd say
it appears in some
POE1's
regards. Like for example, when you get the reward
tile
rooms
system
in Fate of the
can be
Vaal,
made
you
to
have
work.
a unique item room.
Sure.
Like, but it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. And, you can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now they aren't a requirement of the map, but it's just saying they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too. The things for fast traveling and respawning. Then all of the things.
Appear on the minimap.
Oh, that's all right. That
I
fixes
thought
that
we already
problem.
deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon.
Yeah.
So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so
Oh,
you can
that
find
is
if there's
really
any
good.
content that you still wanted to grab.
Now, some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of just meant to be a, like, look, you've explored at least, I mean, like, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's about getting those last things, and
then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So yeah, it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot.
Then at least you've done 75% of the map probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, yeah, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. Because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently, and so it's
a good case study. Because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing
I think
here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. A nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random
good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
Yeah, they should
have. In the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of
skill gem
balance
levels
and character power.
Are
and this
annoying.
sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average POE2 passive is like 10%, whereas the POE1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in POE2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to POE1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and which they're all different, right? The way that the monsters scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from POE1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that like we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the like class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in POE1 quite a bit.
The class starts were strong.
You know, you get the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have like, we want gear to be more important, especially
I think
base
they've got
gear.
to fix the problem
I
with
think we maybe overcooked
gem
it a
levels.
little bit right now, but just a little bit with more the
Gear
ease
is
of
just
it,
really
the ease
boring
getting
because
it,
of
but
gem
that's a
levels
whole
being so
crafting
mandatory.
discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, no, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is. You know,
just that like ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess like it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Like ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Is like if my gear.
One thing I don't like is how RNG
from just the tree
character power is during the campaign.
And the reason
that
for that,
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in POE1, where there was more just base stuff,
right?
You know, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, you know, just life on the tree, for example, right? Like that's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is like, you know, we you know, like the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's
one of the
not entirely base in POE1, but because you have base life, as in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just like since you brought it up, I guess like still pretty happy with the decision to like remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah,
you know, like it's like we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, like, you know, the tree will just continue to evolve. And, like, we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the Druid ones. But not just that. Like, we added more, like, Ignite support on around the Mercenary, you know, for example, this time, like, as in 040. We're doing that. And then there's some changes to, like, more some prod speedy stuff. Because, like, we were, like, you know, looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's like, well, it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, like you can shoot them across the screen. And so like, well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, you know. So we're doing a bunch of like little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and you know, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect...
a bunch of things are a bit of a mess
you'll
with
get more
support for
elements. I'm not
elements.
saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is like too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place.
Yeah, that's
so it's like, what did you
buffing
actually
monsters
achieve?
is equivalent to nerfing players.
So with the like approach to life then, which I feel like makes sense, like not wanting the trees to like look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions
this is the difficulty.
Like
they've got
there's a lot of ES
armor into a reasonable spot. They've got evasion into a reasonable spot, but armor evasion hybrid is meh.
Balance issue for sure, but like,
armor ES hybrid is
just
terrible.
because it happens to function more similar to life. They're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction.
Do they manage to get armor
I think
ES
last time we talked
into a
about this,
workable
we
state? Is my
discussed
big
around the
one.
idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention. Yes,
direction?
that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you've pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well,
cool.
Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, that's a very, very. Considering I also have to do the leagues and the Endgame and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that, it's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work
getting
to
more
do.
people trained
I
up
don't
for
want people
balance
to ever
is
think that we're
huge.
just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, POE1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh. You want to update. You want to make new. There's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, bring them in. Not, whatever.
You want to make good things bad, quotable time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that.
That's going to get clipped and misused a lot.
It's been a pretty tight resource the whole time.
Every time someone wants to over dramatize,
having more of that is going to
I'd need
be a
it
game
nerf.
changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out. Especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles. That's fine. Which should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot. And even you guys have mentioned in the past,
this is the big issue.
It exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. Mm-hmm. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. Right. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of like some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that
Oh
one.
wow, homogenizing exalts are
I don't know how
gone.
people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's
That is
WRL,
gonna
it was
that
adding
is
an
gonna
insane
shock
amount of
people.
complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was I particularly was like I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. Because
it did require you to go to outside resources.
Other conversation probably, but like they I don't think that that they were quite right for POE2.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point.
yeah.
I just randomly just started talking about stuff.
We'll talk more on the
It's
crafting
real easy
in a
to
minute,
just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but
God,
there
Reddit's
is an
gonna
issue.
be tantrum mode
I
over
understand it,
that.
and I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in particular
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in POE1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure. The increase in the mana cost, but
I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz
that
weapon
is
is
the
not
key
the
thing.
only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that. Like
that might be it.
And
That
that's
might be
it.
part of
It's
yeah.
just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like, I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling, though, back when we did that.
I feel we
it
might
was
need it
inevitable,
into...
Like, we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because, like, it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just... I think it kind of sucks as a thing, personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra...
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's
damage is extra has a problem of it
multiple we are doing a change
gem
where,
levels.
Even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damages the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So,
okay, so staves may actually have a purpose to exist.
Like it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you. Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage. I actually think it was than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through the campaign.
Yes. When we were adding the talismans for the druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going,
just to clarify, you can't dual wield
right
wands
here,
in
this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird
Stuff
things
it's
which
wand
people
and focus.
probably don't honestly
or
appreciate.
Wand and shield if you want, but wand and focus is the norm.
Maybe. Where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like, you get to endgame and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the endgame choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DP. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So
I hope they get this right.
It's kind of one of those things that, you know,
I think they'll
it's
still
easy
be
to go
a
a
clear
little bit
best choice.
underappreciated, but you know, it matters. Like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff, it does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So yeah, I don't know, just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true
just
that it feels like every change we're making at
find.
this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. Is it's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it.
This is one of the problems when things aren't transparent.
There's certainly
people
a
are going to
massive
form
amount of
opinions.
misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, you know, that no one has access to except for us.
You've always been a bit secretive on drop related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted, we were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, you know, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the like, well, okay, but that sounds a bit weird, but what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we just drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other.
It's interesting. People were talking about 90s design philosophies
the only way for
before.
us to even know like what
I think
it does is by
rarity
simulating
is one of the examples of a 90s design philosophy
that's what it actually did.
There's
like
plenty of 90s design philosophies I think
I
are
understand
good,
that might seem
but this
strange,
one
but
is
it's because,
just
like,
a crash tier one.
The drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. So
like, we've nerfed rarity
the
multiple
takeaway
times, and
is
it's
Jonathan
really
said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like,
And that's very, very
it's okay.
difficult.
I don't need to understand it.
It's
then.
exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should give? What should Dex
Jesus,
give?
yeah.
What do we make Dex give
Yeah.
rarity?
I agree with Merc Note. It is on Twitch.
Scales currency.
It is
currency.
too strong
Through
to
several
function in
layers of
And gold
ARPGs.
find if you're a wyvern.
I only fear Wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense. Oh, no. Okay.
And loot has to be pre-nerfed around the
On the
assumption
topic
that
of
you've got rarity
balance
to
for
undo that.
damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. Just in terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with like the balance between the elements and lightning damage
I'm not going to
overall?
say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think, all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at Endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of
That
things
should
are
fix a
buffed
bunch of things.
that aren't
Tons of things
that
are buffed.
aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure. Like cold was
But
intended
ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So, like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well,
and
but
they
that's
are
what I mean, right?
sticking
Because
around and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AoE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AoE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah,
as well as some
shock. I mean,
specific
shock was
change.
pretty hectic.
Yep.
Like, kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there, then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like, even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure.
Yep.
So even if it was meant to be those three ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But
multiplicative shock effect was huge. So if they fixed that,
lightning, you know, it's like
shock will be in a better, like lightning will be in a better place, less disruptive, less of a boot stomping down on those
exactly.
It's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning.
And yeah, ignite is terrible.
That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic.
Mashiv in Twitch chat is like saying, yeah, ignite is bad.
You feel like ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and
ignite proliferation has the problems. I think
in this case,
I think ignite proliferation is just in a terrible spot in 2.
Leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on. Like ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day.
Yeah, the time is just too long on ignite proliferation effects.
It, and, you know, I'm not going to say there's none.
The delay is fine. It's just that the numbers are just really bad.
I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
I reckon a 200 millisecond ignite prolif time would be right.
Crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from.
Yeah, the crafting base
in some ways it's wrong in that
so
regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like, for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So, like, now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can go in high value. That's not intentional. Like, the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So, yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to... I want to see how it goes, but I definitely... feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually, because it, you know, I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good. And so what's the point?
That's the
there's
double
a bit of
socket
that.
base,
So,
the
but
extra
again,
socket
it's
bases.
very important with these kinds of things not to just like, that's obviously right. Let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So, fine tooth comb, being very careful with it.
Okay,
for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of Homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
Sure, there'll be a few number changes around. But
yeah, just little bits here and there. Yeah. Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great.
Oh, that's a good idea.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
You want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like...
It's going to be very different without homogenizing Exalts. It's not going to be recognizable as 030 crafting.
Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your 1 exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product?
Okay, there's a real shock between
Act 3 and 4. It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system. And
you're locked out of trade until Act 4.
The crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. We can put that in our review.
Yes.
Excellent.
I mean, you have
the question is,
trades
like,
caused
now,
itemization problems in one.
I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like, the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like, there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time.
I mean, Period 1, people got access to content quicker
and the amount of time
this
they
league,
play
and the retention's been really low. So that has
that
happened.
definitely can happen. But at the end of the day, like, retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like, what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated.
And I think this is one of the reasons that GGG don't think Affliction was a success that a lot of people think it was.
People liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, as long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
If you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think, 'cause it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? Yeah. What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type.
Okay, that's peak troll.
Instead of just chanting, but
I think you're talking about it being mandatory
one
mod.
change we have made, which is kind of interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of endgame runes where you can now only use one of them. And it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got. And you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing,
There's probably some people that want to
boots without move speed are not worth. That's the issue.
I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so that move speed's less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks team. Just confirming that. I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other, because
they should just
kind of a similar problem in both
lower
contexts,
the numbers on move speed. Give us a third of our character level as move speed, part of the player stats, and then lower the numbers on boots a lot, like to a fifth of what they are.
I've not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that one that is getting
we've done number
love,
buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like, honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like,
Well, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the POE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take their node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes.
Monsters can have 3-second cooldowns and they're fine.
Baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is, I think we're still doing. I've held back from the patch notes. I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that. Just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right.
I hope patch notes are clear what's incomplete.
And change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't
This
think
should
we've
be
done
just
much in the
its
way
own
of actual
section.
specific monster changes this time around. But this, what I was talking about doing, will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, in the week coming. So,
Oh yeah, that's
in
fine.
chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No. Melee is never right in any game ever. No, I mean, because it's kind of true, right? Like,
there's a funny phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game. And it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's like doesn't count as well.
But
It's like a half ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, Then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems. It's a bit too.
They should just
fundamental,
meme it up fully and put in something else before swords.
We were talking
Something
about this
really
seriously. So
obscure.
yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now, for sure. We over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of around the. I mean, honestly, like
Smith, I think, was one of those things that when they did all the
90% of
massive
balance
armor
changes
buffs,
are probably in the
it's
direction
really
of
hard to work
taking
out what to do with
underplayed
it.
and under powerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game, but certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually, but yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, and you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be?
That's what I think they should do,
if
yeah.
so, let's do
numbers
that,
first.
And then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like.
And I reckon they should also, just like 2 weeks in, they should pick a couple of skills that are not very good and just give them a 12% buff and see what happens.
Close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
they
were
like a long time.
That was actually for the huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah. So it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably not anytime soon.
Decided not less interesting than other options. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
And
yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time. But it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen. But, like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more.
Okay, so it's basically failed QA, is what they're saying here.
Next time,
they have it working, but
have that. I know,
too many bugs to release.
It's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
Looking forward to it, so I can
I know.
inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but
controller inventory. Oof, no.
But
okay, good news. It's being worked on daily. It sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, it'll be, I really want it to be next year. But we
certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having, to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
You need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it and, you know, do what we want to do. But so, yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule.
I think they're going for this time next year. I've thought that for a while.
I mean, that has an
For 1-0-0.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but
And yeah, Winds of Winter is also coming
We're not
soon.
going to release until everyone's happy.
What's the Patrick Rothfuss book?
So that's what needs to happen first. So you know,
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you're saying. Like looking at the side-by-side footage, was like it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure. Like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan. But effectively, like I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, you know, just, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launched, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And it feels like even still,
Actually, it should be in the next 2 minutes.
Just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue and, I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, like already it's so much better now. We'll be even better than that.
Awesome. Fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All right.
We will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore. They've got
everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure to talk to you once again, and I look forward to checking it out and going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good to have you here.
Alrighty, thanks for the questions, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
I don't know which camera's on, so I'll just look at you.
Look at all the cameras.
Right.
Hey, all sorry, I had my microphone on mute to avoid echoing, and then started talking without realizing it. So the first thing I looked at when I jumped over into the patch notes was what happens with Lightning Arrow, and it looks like they are deciding to fix a couple of little problems with it. So that's likely to be one of the things that's significant. And what else have we got into? Well, let's just go through all of the things that have come up here. Something else I've been using as a bit of a metric, though, as to how far along POE2 development is looking at the back catalogue of MTX and just having a look to see not very many of them are coming across. Again, this means you got to factor in that Grinding Gear Games, they care about selling MTX to players. Players don't necessarily care about MTX as much as GGG do. We've got like here a moderate number of MTX are added for sale, but this is my guide as to how they're going internally in terms of keeping up with, in terms of how far behind they feel they are. And I think they are quite a bit behind. Anyways, let's go through the key things. So we've got the core overview image, I guess, here, which is the endgame additions. Atzuri as a pinnacle boss hasn't been talked about very much, and that'll be interesting. And then we've got all of the things around the new league, which I think we'll have to just play around with. Like, I have learned with Path of Exile 1 and 2 that every time you try to predict how good a league is going to be, you pretty much always get it wrong. The ones that tend to play the best aren't necessarily the ones that look the most exciting. Anyway, let's have a quick flick through. The Fate of the Vaal League is essentially talking about the incursion mechanics being added into Path of Exile 2. This is going to be targeting Atzuri's temple rather than the Temple of Atzoatl, and you're going to be picking up energy as a mechanic, like from doing. There's an in-map event that will give you energy for your temple, and then you'll be able to spend that. And also, yeah, just like for those of you that are Path of Exile 1 players, you know how the leagues as a concept work. For those of you that aren't, I guess you probably wouldn't have found my channel, so that's substantial. People talking up the Smith of Katava changes. We'll get to that in a bit. In fact, let's go through the very start area first. So when we get player changes, we'll have a lot to talk about there. Anyways, new content and features. Druid is in, Oracle and Shaman ascendancies. No other ascendancies, right? Just those ones. And 20 new skills, most of them primal. 35 new supports. Every support has the potential to be a game changer. Most of them won't be. Added 8 new lineage supports, which will be, they'll just vary a lot as to whether they're good or not. That's been the case with the existing lineage supports. There's the Diala's one is absolutely nuts. There's the Reikiata's one that's nuts, but also causes you to have to build differently around it. And then there's a bunch of other things that are more mediocre. Actually, let's have a look and see if the Reikiata's is changed. It is not. That actually surprises me a little bit. Anyways, 250 new passive skills to the tree is just, as I said, I already thought the tree was too large. So, and I hope this gives more reasonable choices, because sometimes you have an area that feels sparse. I guess we'll see, but we'll see exactly how that works. Added added 10 new, over 10 new unique items. I've also said the number 11 elsewhere, so that's a really weird marketing speak for added 11 uniques. They've said added over 10. New weapon class talismans, which are two-handed martial weapons used for shapeshifting attacks. Equipping one shapeshifts you into an animal form and grants you a basic attack skill for that form. You can swap your chosen form at any time. Then we have 4 new augment items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items and continue to incrementally improve stuff. Now, abysses are going to appear in certain campaign areas, starting in Act 2, and they're also being added to the endgame as tablets. The tablets will be the decisive thing. Add an Atlas passive tree for Rise of the Abyss content. So this is potentially going to allow you to juice up abysses more than previous ones. Preserve vertebrae, which are the ones that modify maps, they no longer drop. And the Well of Souls quest to account is being updated. So essentially Abyss is just staying as it was, except for whatever's done with the tablets. And I think this is going to end up like you're going to end up with this. They're going to feel pretty juicy, honestly. But you're also going to hit this point now where you can't spend all the tablets that you want, and that's going to be pretty noticeable. Now, there's also all the comments that are talking about CPU optimization. Let's just say, like, there's optimism and there's pessimism on this. I am going to be very cautious about what I think about that. It has a lot of potential to be a good change long term, and it also has a lot of potential to be a disastrous change week 1. And the same thing happened when they added the Vulkan renderer in Path of Exile 1. So we're talking a long time ago now. I think like 2019 era maybe. They added the Vulkan renderer, and ultimately it became a great addition. I eventually sort of got replaced by DX12, but it was a great addition once it got settled, but the first few weeks were really rough. And I think there were similar things in Legion as well, where Legion was really messy early on. Let's see if the camera has decided to work again or not. Nope, the camera is still... It's funny, I'm wearing a jacket now, and it still has me wearing just the shirt only. Anyways, that's annoying. It's been very intermittently working. Okay, so let's have a look-see at the player changes. Tailwind is being nerfed. Tailwind is being nerfed pretty significantly, but not crushingly. Although it is picking up this deflection is better, which actually fits thematically. So this is definitely a nerf to Tailwind, but it's not solely a nerf. It's one of those mixture. It's one of those plus and minus things. Base unarmed attack time is now 1.65 attacks per second, previously 1.4. So Hollow Palm gets quite a bit better as a result of this. Modifies the number of enemies that require to be considered surrounded, can no longer reduce the required number of enemies below 1. So there is that helmet that was completely busted in 0.3.1 is no longer going to be as busted. Rage regeneration is now better than it was. Rage spending costs have been changed to 10. It no longer causes a visual effect until you've got 10 rage. This is actually one of those things where it's primarily quality of life, even though it's not absolutely always quality of life. That is primarily a quality of life change. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. That's not going to matter once hits deal more than 10 damage. That is a non-change. But it's essentially, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like, this is to prevent players from dealing 0 damage early. As for monsters dealing 0 damage to players, that's not really going to be a thing. It wasn't really a thing in the past. Because one of the things with people often don't realize with POE1 and 2 for that matter, armor is absolutely capped at 90%. If you had a quadrillion armor, that would just be equivalent to having 90% physical damage reduction against everything. Igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ignites with standard duration and reapply them after they expire the next time aura applies flammability to that target. The same as if ignite had been removed from the target. So, okay, so sources of ignited ground are now a bit less dangerous than they were, and they reapply them after they expire. So, yeah, it's just igniting ground in general is just a bit weaker than it was, but only in really corner cases situations. And yeah, Deathwing in YouTube chat is pointing out that physical damage reduction from armor is only against hits. That is correct, yeah. Physical damage over time is pretty much unmitigatable in POE1, and I think it is pretty similar in 2 as well. Like, it's not absolutely true that you can't mitigate it, but there's not very many ways to do it. You pretty much have to damage shift it. The thing is, yeah, that like you've got to like hits are more dangerous than dots most of the time, outside a couple of nasty situations, and usually players tend to learn the nasty situations for dots. As That's why, for instance, in POE1, you've got the Trickster Notable Heartstopper that everyone dislikes except for me. But it's the one that provides you with 50% mitigation against hits for 5 seconds, then 50% mitigation against dots for 5 seconds. And no one likes this because people judge it as though it's just 50% mitigation against hits 50% of the time, and you don't know which 50%. What I like about it is that often you're in a situation that's dangerous because you're suffering both dots and hits reasonably simultaneously to each other. Those are the most dangerous situations. It's when you're taking both at once. But yeah, it is correct that it is only the hit damage there that's the main one. Like the situations where you're taking both hits and dots, the most dangerous situations in 0-3 in Path of Exile 2 were actually not situations where you were taking hits and dots in overwhelmingly large ones. It was situations where your recovery was suppressed because there was that really nasty Ulliman monster, the Abyss mod, that ends up turning off all your recovery. That was the thing that was really, 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 really nasty. Ascendancy changes. All skills granted by an ascendancy are now automatically activated when granted. Some of them required you to manually activate them. That's just a very simple quality of life thing, but it's one that's substantial. Deadeye, Wind Ward has been removed. What was Wind Ward again? That was the... I'm just bringing it up in the background. Wind Ward. 3% less damage taken per tailwind. Oh wow, they've gone hard on that one. Bullseye now requires Cold Shot and applies 10 critical weakness instead of 5. So it's better and worse simultaneously. I think that is better overall. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, when active, firing a ranged attack projectile will create a Mirage that uses socketed ranged attacks for the short duration, then vanishes. You can only have one of these at a time. So essentially that's Mirage Archer, but in place. I think that's very similar to Occupying Forces from POE1, but capped at 1. The time is going to determine whether this is any good or not. You're going to see that one there. Pathfinder, Contagious Contamination, which was the Poison Prolift thing, I think is being removed. So let's just bring that one up. Contagious Contamination. The most damaging poison on enemies you kill is spread to other enemies within 1.5 meters. Now, the reason that that's happening is because Herald of Plague does the same thing. And Herald of Plague, I think, had a slightly different number, didn't it? Yeah, 1.5 to 1.8 meter radius, depending upon the level. So all that was doing, all that Contagious Contamination was doing, was basically plus 30 Spirit, which was not worth it for an ascendancy point. And it wasn't just 30 Spirit. It was like, yeah, it was just bad. It was just bad. Practical Remedies has been removed. So Practical Remedies was... I haven't played this ascendancy at all. It was the one that let you go with immune to shock or ignite or freeze. And that had something behind it as well. Oops. In a second, let me go back here. So running Assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. That's really, really good. Like, you always feel like you've made a mistake when you get heavy stun while sprinting, but it's a mistake that's easy to make. And added a new Pathseeker multi-choice ascendancy passive, which allows you to allocate from the warrior's starting point or from the sorceress's starting point. Each of these also grants you 4 passive points. That's fantastic for giving you flexibility. Like, I'm just trying to think how many points it takes to skill grimmage. It's like 18 or 20 points to skill grimmage. Although that 18 or 20 points would be attribute points you might need. So that's still very good. Like, this is still giving you like 15. There's like 15 passives, maybe 20. Oh, Demon's Bane. Hey, thanks, Demon's Bane, for the sub on Twitch. My notifications are still more than a little bit crangled, so I missed that one. So thank you for that. May your Vaal orbs have the results you deserve. Just getting back to the rest of these things that have changed here. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Pathseeker, and now instead grants attribute passive skills offer additional options. 5% increased damage, global defenses, or cost efficiency. That feels really strong. So these are additional options. This is like, as long as you've got your attributes solved for your gear, there's kind of no reason not to just go hard into these. This feels like it's this is instead of your attributes, yeah. So you're not getting your 5 strength as an option. Or, well, sorry, 5 strength is still an option, as is 5 dex, as is 5 int, but you've got 3 new options as well. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Elemental Surge has been... Oh, why am I getting an email here? No. Okay, just silly thing from YouTube. I don't usually get beeps from, unless it's my YouTube link Gmail, so I always check that one when I get a pop for an email notification. Just having a look here, Amazon. Grant skill Elemental Surge is the one that's the one that gives you 2 infusions, isn't it? I can never remember the names of some of those. Elemental Surge. Okay, Elemental Surge. Oh, this is the one that... yeah, it is the one that gives you the melee projectile attacks to cause explosions. And so that one's being changed so that it's now, when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 lightning surges. Okay, these ones you're just going to have to play around with. Honestly, these have got to be tested out, I think. Ritualist. Ritual Sacrifice Stolen Modifier duration is substantially longer. It's roughly hexupled. That's a massive increase. And quality now adds a lot more time. So basically this was just not good. And now it might be good. Now at least it's at least doing something interesting. And you have to see if it's worthwhile or not. But if you do get a good modifier, you can keep it for a long time. And a bit of extra damage. So Ritualist is just getting straight out buffs there. But all of the buffs that are happening are to the parts of Ritualist that weren't being used, which is what they should be doing. Imploding Impacts now also grants fully broken armor you inflict increases all damage taken from hits instead. I think, was that the one that was the negative... Is that the one that was the negative armor thing in the past that had really, really weird stacking? Imploding Impacts. Imploding Impacts. Sorry, I'm just bringing that up in POE2 wiki in the background. Yeah, this is the one that let you break armor below 0, so you could go to negative 100% of what they had. So now it's just going to increase damage taken from hits once you've already fully broken their armor. I think that what they're going for here, I reckon that they're trying to prevent a couple of the really weird wraparound situations that could come up with this. So if you could get to, in certain weird circumstances, if monsters had just the wrong amount of armor, and you did certain amounts of damage with your hits, you could end up really messing up their armor where you wanted to do less damage rather than more, and you got paid off for dealing less and less damage up to a certain point where you then have a wraparound, and I think, at least in theory, I don't think this ever actually was able to happen, but there was a theoretical point where you would deal negative damage to an enemy, and depending on the way they'd coded that, because I don't think it was possible to ever bring it up, but there's a way that could be coded to just instantly kill enemies. So that's probably what they're trying to avoid there. Instead, they're just making it something that's simple. You know, it's like it's a payoff. It's a less complicated payoff for fully breaking armor, and it's also one that will work on enemies the same way, so it'll be reliable. Basically, more reliable, less explosive. So instead of being 75% more damage against enemy X and 3% more damage against enemy Y, it's probably just going to be 15% more damage against everything. More reliable, less explosive. And the Ancestral Warhorn, a minion summoned by the answered call notable, now more consistently hits close-up enemies with a second part of its slam attack. That's a big buff for that, but again, I don't know whether it's enough to make it be useful. Surprising Strength has been removed. Is that the one that I was thinking? Is that, which one was that? Let's just have a look. 50% more damage against heavy stun enemies. Crushing Impacts now grants 20% more damage against heavy stun enemies. So essentially, half of that has been put into another mod instead for free. So yeah, that's true. Also, Adam Craftian on YouTube made a very obvious point that I missed on Imploding Impacts, which is a good one. This is now going to cause Imploding Impacts to work with elemental damage. So if you're doing elemental damage to enemies, then, and you are still willing to go through the rigmarole of breaking their armor, then yeah, that'll increase damage. And particularly that'll be good if you've got like a primarily physical weapon that has physical added as fire or something along those lines. Or well, I'm saying physical added as fire, it's universal added as fire. That's something that's good. If you are converting damage, all that sort of stuff. There's lots of new synergies with that. That is good. And added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy choice, which is every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures that you use yourself creates one additional aftershock. Oh wow, that's a massive, that is an absolute mess of text. It's quite cool, but I feel like min-maxing this is going to be horrible, right? So you're going to have to be counting, because slams take a while, you're going to have to be counting the cadence of your slams. So you'll be like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And the big ones are going to be bigger, but yeah, that's messy. Now, Smith of Katava. The Smith's Masterwork notable is getting changed a bunch. So each of the nodes is now going to grant 200 armor in addition to its other bonuses. Now, here I wish they would actually clarify what these things do. Oh, they're removing some, and then, okay, let's just work on the assumption it just seems like it's starting everything again. So your body armor grants 60% increased glory generation. That is extremely niche. Yes, this is strong, but most people don't care about it. Body armor grants 100% increased thorns damage. This is just generally bad, but it will be good in one build. Body armor grants 30% increased spirit. That's quite solid for one ascendancy point. And reduces critical damage taken by 100% is really good. That is actually fantastic. And the thing though, Smith Katava's drawback is pretty big, like for taking the Smith's Masterwork. So yeah, that's definitely painful. Heatproofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging ailments. So ignite, bleed, poison. That's substantially better. Fire spell but ultimately, I don't feel like this is quite putting together an overall package here. Like, this is less bad than it was, but I think they've had this difficulty with Smith of Katava that they buffed armor because Smith of Katava was balanced around armor being bad. So then they went and they buffed armor, but they realized, oh, this is going to make Smith of Katava completely OP. So they then went and nerfed a bunch of things, and that was just generally really messy. So yeah, I'm not sold on this. I want to see this one. I want to see in POE2 ultimately. Fire spell on melee hit skill granted by Heat of the Forge on Smith of Katava now costs no mana when triggering socketed spells. That's a huge improvement. It now gains 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increased damage at gem level 20. So character level 90. This could be quite interesting. I think like the fact that it's no mana cost is really substantial. I have to play around with this though. This I'm not sure about here. I am very unsure on that one. Temple weapon skill, which is terrible. It now costs no mana. That's not enough to make it anything other than terrible. And it now hits a larger radius, but it's just, this is like there are skills that are too slow to work in a clear speed focus game. This is the quintessential example. People often use slams as examples of this. Slams can be made to work. This temper weapon skill, I think, is actually the thing that is like much worse than more two-handed maces are. Manifest weapon granted by a living weapon on Smith Katava now changes target less frequently and thus spends more time actively attacking. Additionally, it has better cooldowns in general, and yeah, that's something you got to play around with to find out if it's any good or not. But ultimately, Smith of Katava package of changes is significant, but I am not sold on it. I'm not sold on this as a whole package. That if it gets there, I feel like if the entire class package gets there, it's going to be based on one of the others. It'll be based probably on the Titan, but maybe the Warbringer. Smith of Katava is just in a bit of an awkward spot. Seething Body on Infernalist now no longer grants when high on high Infernal Flame. You and allies in your presence gain 50% of damage added as fire. Instead, you gain Elemental Archon when you cast a spell when on high Infernal Flame, and Elemental Archon does not expire while remaining on high Infernal Flame, but once it expires, you've lost it. Okay, so the Archon buffs. These things were strong, but they're also really like difficult to keep going. And actually, the Elemental Archon is new. So let's bring up the Archon buffs. I think we're just going to have to get more information on this. So currently, there's the where we got Flame Archon is the Archon buff is 25% more fire damage with spells, convert 100% of elemental damage with spells to fire, cannot deal non-fire damage with spells. Spells have 100% more flammability magnitude. And the cold one is basically the same. The lightning one is basically the same. They're in this spot. The existing Archons are in this awkward spot where you would like. There's a huge payoff when they go, but then like once they go, once they fall off, you're in this. Your character ends up with a bunch of investment that doesn't work anymore. So they kind of didn't work. Infernalist is addressing that issue. So it addresses the fundamental flaw with the Archons. But you've got to balance, you've got to stay high Infernal Flame. And it's likely that there's a long cooldown on being able to go back into this. I'm assuming it's got another huge cooldown on going back into the effect. And I'm not sold on this. I feel like it depends on what Gain Elemental Archon exactly does, but I'm not sold on this package. Not yet. Whispers of the Flesh now also grants targets cursed by you have 100% reduced life regen rate. Okay, so this is the one I think that gives the curses infinite duration, which no one uses. Blood Mage, interestingly, dodges any other nerfs. Let's have a look at criticals in general. Critical... What's the term? It's damage, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not really seeing any major changes to criticals either with players. There's probably a few things, but I feel like the Blood Mage is still going to be really good, hey? Yeah, Blood Mage feels like it's still going to be incredibly, incredibly strong. Because like, yeah, it's getting a small buff here. It was already really good. We'll have to have a look at if there's other skill changes that might impact that. Stormweaver, Refracted Infusion now gains, when you collect an elemental infusion, gain another different one. Previously 50% chance. This is strong. However, it's going to live or die based upon whether the infusions, like, the investment in infusions at the moment is worse than investing in criticals is. They achieve somewhat the same thing, but I don't think Refracted Infusion gets it over the line. Storm's Recollection now also grants remnants can be collected from 50% further away. Multiplying Squalls now grants +2 to the level of elemental skills. This one's really strong. there's a couple of things that this is going to do some really strong things with certain elemental skills. Things like Firestorm. Actually, like, there's a lot of packages here that seem to be aimed at making Firestorm better. So yeah, that's something that was fun to play around with in 031, but wasn't very good. Chronomancer. Inevitable Agony, now granted by inevitability, has been updated, ignores curse limit, and causes enemies to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when the curse expires. Oh, that's interesting. The fact that it ignores the curse limit is really, 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 really solid. That's something that it needed, but I still feel like cursing something for 50% more damage is actually worth it. But it's only going to be worth it against bigger bosses, which maybe was one of Chronomancer's weaknesses. So if you've got powerful gear already, Chronomancer now is somewhat competitive because its biggest weakness was the single target, and this will help with that. However, I feel like Chronomancer needed more than this. I don't think this is enough. Gemeling Legionnaire. Substantial buff to Thaumaturgical Infusion, which is going to be... I think it goes from terrible to mid now. Maybe even terrible to slightly good. And Thaumaturgical Dynamism is now going to grant a charge every 5 seconds, previously one every 8 seconds. It's still not quite enough, I don't think. It's like, there's definitely some power in here. Gemeling Legionnaire wasn't unplayably bad though. So like getting buffs on it is still something that's quite good. Tactician was quite surprisingly good last league. It wasn't played that much, but it was better than people gave it credit for. Same with the Witch Hunter, really. And having a look-see here, we've got supporting fire is being updated, and this is a way lower cooldown, but still way too long for most things. It's miles better than it was. Miles better than it was, even though it deals less damage each time you use it. So this is just basically an ultimate that you can't use very often. It's like 2 or 3 times a map. This is basically a POE1 Vaal skill, except on a bigger scale. So someone, Random Ether on YouTube chat has said that they've played around with Chrono and they thought that it was lacking on mapping rather than bossing. I thought it was fine with mapping. It was my vibe with it. It's like it had lots of things where it could drop a cooldown spell, then snap to reset the cooldown, and do a whole bunch of shenanigans along those lines. Anyways, look, see here the other changes. We've got strategic embargments has been changed so that it's now artillery ballista now no longer grants 40% increased immobilization build-up, instead grants 20% increased skill speed. This is probably a buff, not absolutely always. There are going to be circumstances where you would prefer it. Siege Ballista no longer grants 50% increased damage against immobilized enemies, now grants 25% more damage against immobilized enemies. Again, same sort of thing. It's like, oh, hang on. No, it's basically the same sort of shifting around things with immobilize a bit, but there is a different focus, but that's going to be better. Siege Ballista is better than it was, I think. Yeah, it is. Mortar Cannon is getting a buff. So yeah, quite a lot of things are getting numerical improvements in Tactician there, and I feel like it was all reasonably solid. Witch Hunter. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% instead of 40%, and I like that they clarify that this is a buff here. This sounds like a nerf, just reading the text there, but that is actually unconditionally better than it was. The lower that the monster's maximum concentration is, the easier you can break it, and when you break that concentration, they suffer a bunch of nerfs as a result of it. This is something that, from memory, is really good against spellcaster bosses. And more marginal against other things. Ceremonial ablution is now a bit stronger than it was. Witch Hunter, I feel, was already a good package, though. Like, it's one of those things that wasn't played a huge amount because it was outshone by Deadeye, but it was actually in a good spot. And a lot of things were like that in 0-3. Like, with Deadeye getting a couple little nerfs, I feel like there's just a bit more space for things that were already pretty good to maybe shine there. And Protect Me From Harm is getting a substantial buff. This is a massive buff here. So essentially this is 30% more evasion rating and 30% more pseudo armor. Because And Protect Me From Harm is the one that gives you sort of essentially, it's like 100% of your evasion rating becomes additional armor. And previously it was halving your evasion rating. So it was like there was a big drawback to it. Now it is definitely going to feel like a bonus. Meta skills have 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency is a lot. So that's pretty substantial there. Unbound Avatar skill is being changed to a 12-second cooldown and no longer has... Yeah. So it's... Shocking and Igniting are now less powerful... less than they were, but at the same time you've got the cooldowns gone. This is... I feel like this is actually probably a bit worse than it was. But I have to play around with it a bit more to be sure. That's just an initial thought. Acolyte of Chaeola. Embrace the Darkness is still terrible because it reserves all your spirit. Into the Breach's Red Flames now leech a lot more life and mana. That is good. Purple Flames last longer. Essentially, this is just all number effects that this thing needs. So Embrace the Darkness is still terrible, right? But Into the Breach is the reason you're an Acolyte of Chaeola, and it's getting massive buffs here. So that's something... This feels like it's going to be one of those classes where so much of the power is in your first couple of points. You're going to feel like your early ascendancies are huge and your later ones don't matter as much. Choice of Power, Choice of Life, and Choice of Mana now also grant 50% increased effective remnants and pickup range. Neither here nor there, really. You got the Void Illusion is getting quite substantial buffs and also has the 3 cooldown charges as substantial. So Acolyte of Chaeola, pure numbers buffs here, except for Embrace the Darkness still being bad. That's looking quite a bit better there, I think. But yeah, Darkness just needs massive work. Like this thing just needs, like, just pretend those points don't exist. And I think I would probably say that even if the numbers weren't 10. I feel like I'd probably be saying that if the numbers were 17. Like, they're not going to make them 17. That would mean that the Acolyte of Chaeola would be very strong defensively for a short period of time. But ultimately, it's just Energy Shield, but worse. And yeah, not like the drawback on Embrace the Darkness is simply too large. Okay, so passive skill tree changes. We've added support for the Druid and other new game mechanics throughout the tree. There are many new clusters, mostly in the Druid area, and many existing passive skills have been updated. These may result in your existing passive trees being forcefully refunded for those of you that continue playing in Standard. Flammability and magnitude have been increased massively. Okay, that's something, but again, Ignite is in a difficult spot at the moment. All instances... here we are. All instances of granting Flame, Lightning, or Ice Archon have been changed to grant Elemental Archon instead. Archon-related passives on the tree have been adjusted accordingly and condensed. So this is one of those things where earlier we were talking about this, but it turns out that on further looking around, things have changed there. So on the on the comments that are coming up in chat about Darkness being better or worse than Energy Shield, I think the thing that makes it worse is that it just reserves all your spirit. Like, you can't get Darkness. It can be very strong once you've got it, but you can't get it without sacrificing the ability to use all sorts of spirit-based mechanics that grant you damage projection, for instance. It's kind of really messy there. Mega Pillar on YouTube is mentioning seeing nothing about rarity in these notes. They don't usually mention changes to drops in the patch notes, which is something that's been a long-term bugbear for me with GGG. Like, the thing that it was really noticeable in 326 in POE1. They swapped the rarity of 2 unique items from one of the Uber Pinnacle bosses, and one of them was the Celestial Brace, which was something people were quite excited about using on the champion. This is 326 champion got a rework. And they then went and made the Uber Pinnacle boss drop that was most thematically tied to it way rarer, but they made this as a stealth change, and it was really noticeable that people who rolled a champion in 326 were very likely to quit the league. Like, just based on the fall off of champion player numbers over time. And some people may have respec. It's a bit hard to tell, but it felt like a lot of people just realized, oh, this item's 50 divines now. Okay, I'm just not going to play it. That was a complete and utter mess. And it's all because they were like, if they had said, we have changed the rarity of Celestial Brace, then people would have been like, oh, okay, I'll just play something else. And then champion might be my second build. And it was like one of those just really toxic decisions that they made. And they should just say, they don't need to disclose the drop rates, but they should say, right, we have buffed the drop rate of, I don't know, Beric's, again, we'll use POE1 items here. We have buffed the drop rate of the Covenant and Replica the Covenant, and we have nerfed the drop rate of, I don't know, what's something that they might decide to nerf the drop rate on, the Grey Spire. They would have buffed that, or like if they would have changed the item. Then at that point, people can just make an informed decision. And yeah, sometimes like there's other things that people could build around. Like, for instance, again in POE1, the same patch 326, they swapped the drop rate of Grace the Goddess from the Uber Maven and Progenesis from the Uber Maven. And Progenesis is an item that probably should have been nerfed a long time ago. It's just way more powerful than you would expect a single flask to be in POE1. But they swapped it. They swapped its drop rate with a wand that was also buffed in that patch that just felt like it was sort of just about usable, but that was so rare previously that people just treated it as a meme item. And so people still thought of it as a meme item until like people started equipping it and going, hey, this is actually quite good. It's a mess. But yeah, I think the problem is that you're still, I feel like you're still going to feel it is mandatory to have like 80 to 100% rarity on gear in POE2. I don't know what the exact number will be, but it's just going to be mandatory. Neverborn Lucky asking about Vaal skill gems. They mentioned Vaal skill gems as something they considered a little bit in this patch, and they're not coming now, but they thought they were just a lower priority feature. They're something that will be put off until the future. That'd be something that they might conceivably add, 1.x or something. Won't be coming in early access, mostly because I feel like POE2's different skill system means that they're just not as important. Anyway, so Archons are getting changed. We were looking for Elemental Archon before and trying to work out what was going on, and it turns out that they're just rolling the existing Archons into it. Hollow Palm technique. This is now granting 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped armor, previously 25%. And okay, so we've got to work out the numbers on this. If you have 1,000, you're going from 40% more to 13% more. I feel like this is just pretty unconditionally worse than it used to be. I saw the base unarmed attack time buff there, but like, given that you're only going to be using Hollow Palm on builds that have a fair amount of evasion, this is Hollow Palm is just worse, right? Does anyone disagree with that? Hey, Lord Syncross, welcome. I feel like this is just worse, except actually very early on. Very early on, Hollow Palm technique is getting a buff here, but like if you had 3,000 if you had 3,000 evasion rating on, it's on your equipped. It's the amount that's printed on the equipped item. It's not the amount that's on your character. I might just have a quick check actually. Let's go with a trade. Go across to POE2 trade for a sec. I just want to get a quick check as to what those numbers actually look like in practice. This is going to take me a sec to figure a few things out here. I've just got to see what sorts of numbers people have got on, maybe not quite Meritier gear, but semi-Meritier. So let's go to POE2, POE2.com, and okay, so let's go trade. What do we have here? Let's go with armor pieces and start with a fairly high amount of evasion and just see what exists. So 3,095 is is god tier. All right, so yeah, you're looking like 3,000 on your chest piece is god tier. That probably means that you're going to get something like 7,000 all around. I feel like this is a substantial nerf to Hollow Palm technique. Oh, hey, Talkative Try. Welcome. I have to fix my silly setup there with the announcements. I've got to get that done at some point. Anyways, welcome all. I'm going through the patch notes quickly and also have a number of tech issues at the moment that are unfortunately my camera is a bit crangled. Let me just demonstrate. There we are. That's what the camera looks like. It works fine for about 20 seconds. Then it just goes messy. And then it just freezes. So anyways, I've got to get around to fixing that, but we'll get on top of that. I do agree that Hollow Palm is good for leveling, and that's not going to change. So that's Isomer in Twitch chat mentioning that. It's something that is going to work reasonably, but isn't great. Isn't great at Endgame anymore. I don't think so anyway. Walker of the Wild's keystone has been removed from the passive tree and its effects have been added onto a newly added lineage support. So let's grab Walker of the Wilds again. There's so many things I just haven't committed to memory in this game yet. Mana Leech recovers based on elemental damage types instead of physical damage. And okay, so that's so you're only going to be able to use one of them. That's going to be pretty substantially worse. There. That's a lot worse than it was before. And yeah, Invoker's gonna hurt there. That's really gonna hurt Invoker a lot because you are now okay, so there is some advantage here in that if you've got some physical skills and some skills that are elemental, you can then have this only apply to certain skills. So in that way it's an advantage, but overall it's worse. Elemental Equilibrium now grants cold infusion remnants you create are instead fire. Oh wow, that's way worse. Elemental Equilibrium is so previously it was giving you it would replace, say you were going to earn a fire infusion, it would replace it with a random infusion type, which could remain fire, but it could be lightning or it could be cold. So what this meant was that if you had a way to spam generate fire infusion, like Snap in conjunction with with Ignite Proliferation, Elemental Equilibrium would let you generate all of the types of infusions. And yeah, this just feels way worse, honestly. I don't think this is a change that is a good one because infusion remnants, they have this problem where you can invest in them, but you would get a better return on investment by investing in crit instead. And this is just making something that's already a pretty bad choice worse. So yeah, I'm really, really unsold in this one. I think this is a genuinely bad change. Crimson Assault Keystone is now granting 50% more magnitude of bleeding you inflict. I have seen bleed builds that work. So I'm just going to bring up Crimson Assault so I can remind myself of the drawback on it. This is the keystone that reads, bleeding you inflict is aggravated. Base bleed duration is 1 second. Now, aggravation in POE2, so that I don't get this wrong, it forces that monster to be treating as moving, and the 100% extra damage when moving. Yeah. So basically, this means that you're dealing triple damage for 1 second with bleeds. That is instead of getting a longer duration. This is going to be pretty strong, I think, because there are some bleed builds that genuinely work. This feels like it's a substantial boost here. Passives that generated reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while moving on the passive tree have had their values lowered. RIP Roa, you will not be missed. More passives on the tree now grant the stat to make up for some of this. So if you, basically, actually, this doesn't really affect the Roa. This is a non-Roa use, isn't it? This is definitely something that's getting made worse than it was previously. But I feel like this is like something where they're trying to make it so that the things like Deadeye that can be projectile spamming while moving a lot are a bit less oppressive. Let's have a look and see if the Roa is actually affected. So Roa mount. Yeah, okay, Roa mount is getting nerfed there. I thought it would be. That's something that was probably the central reason that we were so dominated by Deadeye's last league, was actually that rather than anything else. Just having a look to see if there's anything else that we've got here. Where were we? We were at this area here. What was the last thing we had? We had the elemental equilibrium, and that we'd covered that, and then we were a little bit further down from that, but not much further. Here we are. Okay, 3 new AoE clusters to monk area, 2 new proj speed clusters in the mercenary section. So I think we're still in this situation where there's so many clusters on the tree, and it's a question of, can you find enough good ones that are nearby without having to do a massive skill grimmage? That's going to be the big question. I also love how in YouTube comments we're getting, like, people obviously were typing at the same time, completely opposite comments. One person saying it's still going to be Deadeye League, and someone else is like, said at exactly the same time, Deadeye might actually not be the top right now. And I'm kind of hoping Deadeye is not the top. I feel like Deadeye was just over the top, but I'm hoping that we do see a bit more variety there. There have been a number of substantial nerfs, particularly to Lightning Arrow. So all in all, I think it's an open question what the good builds are, which is where we want things to be. Add a new bow cluster and modified a projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree, granting surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. That is like such weird wording there. I think there's a typo in this. So we shall see exactly there. Added a new cluster between Witch and Monk called Remnant Attraction. And again, that sounds like it's Remnant related. Again, as I say, especially with Elemental Equilibrium getting nerfed. Like, before Elemental Equilibrium was announced as nerfed, I thought Firestorm might have a few things going for it. But again, if you're thinking of playing a Remnant build, remove all your Remnant investment, invest in crit instead, and use the same skill, and you'll probably end up still doing something better. So that's basically my thoughts on any new clusters that are related to Remnants. Principal Infusion, again, it's related to a mechanic that's not good enough, so that's unfortunate. Grand Tribute, this is from Heart of the Well unique jewel. Again, doesn't really matter because it's Remnant related. I did like that mechanic. It's just that the numbers on it are too low. The small passive connected to the Invigorating Grandeur and Everlasting Glory notables now grant 20% increased presence or area of effect. Now, presence area of effect is one of those interesting stats. It's very hard to get. It's mostly not relevant, but there are a few things that are very strong with it. So that's something to keep in mind. I don't know what's up, Adam Craftian on YouTube about surpassing. I think that's just a typo. That I'm working under the assumption that entire line of text is a typo at the moment. Pure Power Notable no longer grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 int. Instead, it grants 10% more maximum lightning damage. That's a huge nerf in certain circumstances. It's actually still a strong node because that's 10% more maximum lightning damage. That's 10% more damage on skills that deal 1 to 200 damage. On a skill that deals 20 to 200, it's still pretty close to 10%. It's like 9.5% more. So that's, generally pretty good. Now, here we have the Wildstorm is no longer granting 15% more maximum lightning damage. So this is a big nerf to lightning. Again, like I talked about, there's a lot of multi-pronged things addressing the problem with Deadeye Lightning Arrow being too good. Lightning Arrow itself gets nerfed. Deadeye itself gets nerfed. There's a bunch of little things like this. But Wildstorm no longer has the big selling point it had. Instead, 4% of damage added as extra lightning and as cold, and some dexterity. It's a good node, but it's not anything nuts. Node renaming there, and change the stats on several small passive nodes around various clusters. Companions cluster small passive skills now no longer generally grant both companions deal increased damage and increased damage to you while your companion is in your presence. Now, that could be done in several different ways. They could have done this as a net nerf. They could have done it as a net buff. So they could have gone from +1/+1 to pick one, get +1.5, or even pick one, get +1. Or they could have gone to pick one, get +3. So we're going to need to see hard numbers on this to really say anything. Now, we have support gem changes. Some really minor stuff here of just changing the attributes things are aligned with. Generally speaking, the attributes things are aligned with don't matter very much because you don't tend to have all that much pressure. Like you will get some incidental boosts to your off attributes, and you usually have just enough that you don't really need to worry about the +5 costs. Now, they've turned off Font of Rage and Ricochet entirely. Inevitable Critical is being renamed. World Drop lineage supports are now rarer overall. Specific lineage supports have been adjusted relative to others. That one could be interesting. Like, I thought the World Drop lineage supports were way more common than I was expecting. I know that I wanted Sion's Temper last league, and I was like, okay, I want to buy this early because I spent my first 10 Chaos Orbs on it, on Sion's Temper, and then it ended up that it actually ended up being less than that over time. But I thought I better get it now while I can, while it's still cheap. And then as it turned out, it was just a way more common drop, and I ended up sort of stuffing myself up out of like only a quarter of a divine. It's not much, but it was like very early currency, so it was quite noticeable. Anyways, be interesting to see what rarity they go for there. I did not expect them to be as common as they were. Next, we have Atalui's Bloodletting. This is now way worse than it was, and no longer has a cost multiplier. Funny, no longer has a cost multiplier is actually a negative on this thing. Yeah, this thing's being nerfed hard. This was busted. Now, this also had the mechanic where you could recoup life costs. I'm curious whether that still exists, but ultimately, the fact that it's got a cap of 40% means this is going to still be a very good gem, but it is no longer going to be completely broken like it was. Atalui, all of the old Atalui abuse builds are dead. All the ones that actually abused it. But it's probably actually still quite usable because it was just so overpowered before. Now, Zospire, Escher's Radiance, and Tull's Stillness. This is one of those interesting mechanics where it rewards you for doing something really weird. But the thing is that it's so hard to scale that extra damage that, like, it's kind of hard to be paid off for using cold damage and chaos damage simultaneously. So the numbers on these look really good, but they kind of aren't. Kind of not really all that good. Ulnatol's Embrace is also exactly the same thing. I do think Ulnatol's Embrace is a bit easier to use than the other ones. So yeah. After this, we have Ironheart's Beast Rise is now granting killing blows from supported strike skills against rares to grant 2 of their modifiers for 5 minutes instead of 40 seconds. So that's like quite a substantial change. Zorok's Refrain is now causing things to echo 3 times instead of twice. Like a bunch of these are just getting substantial buffs here, aren't they? Obviously, the busted one is being fixed. Fully breaking armor with supported skills causes targets to permanently take 5% increased physical damage each time, up to 20%. This is hard to use, right? So you've got to, like, the payoff is a lot better now, but you'd only use this, like someone was mentioning that they were having very long Arbiter fights in Solar Self-Owned. I could see this being useful if you're having a very long Arbiter fight, but what this calls to mind, those of you that are POE1 players as well, there is a little taken notable in the Gladiator that is 1% more damage. Like for every second an enemy has ever been in your presence, you deal 1% more damage to it, hard capped at 100%. And so this is the single notable that adds the most damage in Path of Exile 1 for an ascendancy point. But it's not taken very much because it's so delayed onset. And Uruk Smelting feels like it's going to be the same. There is definitely a payoff here, and you could possibly play around with using this, but you probably use this as a first strike against an enemy. That'll be the way to use it. And yes, you can consume fully broken armor. There are ways to do that, and that will get you a payoff faster. But getting to 20%, like against the enemies that you want the extra damage on, breaking armor is not necessarily going to be one hit of a secondary skill. So there's a lot of things that are there that could, like, I feel like this will get used, but it's not going to be in widespread use. This will be something that people will use early in progression, and then eventually what they'll do is they'll be like, okay, I want to use this because it gives me a lot of power at the expense of a lot of clunk. And then later on, their character's going to get so powerful that they can remove this clunk from their build. That's going to be what people are going to try and do with this. Blender's Propulsion, 75% of increases in reductions of cast speed also apply to proj speed for supported skills. Like, this is useful, but projectile speed is often... The fact that this clashes with getting a multiplicative damage modifier is going to make this hard to justify in a lot of cases. There will be times you'll want this, but I don't think they'll be very often. And you also have to have a lot of cast speed for this to be worth it. Arn's Citadel no longer has 30% less area of effect or 30%... Oh wow, that's really getting buffed substantially. I think this one was terrible previously though. Tekrod's Revenge now grants minions from supported skills die 20 seconds after their life is reduced to 0, previously 10 seconds. And yeah, so basically when your minions die, they go berserk, for more substantially berserk, and for a longer period of time. Rigwell's Ferocity now has supported skills have 30% increased attack speed in weapon set 1, previously 20% more attack speed. That's actually a nerf. That's one of those things that on a very first reading I thought, oh, that's been buffed. No, that's been a nerf. Just sort of got around to rereading it. Yeah, back on the thing with Valenta's Propulsion, I agree, like Spark and Frostbolt can use this. But it's always going to feel like something you don't want to use because you want damage. That's the thing that's rough with those sorts of things. Like, you know, yeah, you will eventually... It's interesting. It's something you might want to spec into later, because early in progression, you need the damage. Later on, this is just, oh yeah, I'm going to sacrifice damage for more damage projection. It's interesting, people saying like PoE is suffering like because of PoE2, because look at Keepers. Keepers is Reddit designing a league. Keepers is like, oh, let's have a massive deterministic crafting system. Every league that's had a deterministic crafting system has been a failure in POE1. They just need to stop putting them in. Like Harvest. Harvest was the worst league of 2020 by far, by every metric. Necropolis was the worst league of its year, 24 I think it was. And Keepers. Like, they just need to stop putting deterministic crafting in. It just makes loot feel really bad. And that's one of the things that's that is like something that they need to learn. And ultimately, it's interesting. I think the negative reaction to Keepers is probably why they removed homogenizing exalts in PoE2. Because they've gone, okay, players have looked at deterministic crafting in Necropolis and here, and they've gone, no, we don't want this. So they're gone, get rid of it. And then, like, yeah, that's the messy thing that happens. Like, the GGG listen to feedback that of the instant gratification oriented players, and then design a league that's instant gratification. And like, you know, oh yeah, in Necropolis was the extreme example. Here's a week one. Actually, once we learnt the system, it was like day 2. Day 2, 6 times T1 mods, items. Things that would have once been merit tier were coming about day 2. And then that ended up just meaning people had nothing to game for after that. That was a thing that was a real mess. And so then you have this thing that's like, you've got this thing where GGG then go and create that instant gratification league, but when there's no delayed gratification, people get sick of it really quickly. And it's like, it's just, yeah, they just need to have more, they need to have RNG layers where you can, this is the thing I think that Keepers is missing. Keepers has a bit of this. It's why it's not as badly received as Necropolis. You can fail upwards on a craft. That's the key thing that Harvest, you couldn't fail upwards. Harvest was just sit in TFT, get more and more frustrated every time you miss your craft. Necropolis was the same as Harvest, and that's why both leagues did so badly. Then Keepers did better than those two, but not by very much. At least like relative to the year it was in. And that's because you can fail upwards in it. You can go, oh, okay, I'm going to try and make a Barracks Respite with the Impulses mod. And you can fail upwards and get both the Impulses and the Fire Explode mod. So you don't get what you were trying to get, you get something better than it. And that's where I think like the leagues where you can get a positive surprise, you can get better than you expect, are the ones that tend to do better. It's sort of such a messy thing. Anyways, that's a complete aside. Like, I feel like I don't think that POE1 Keepers would have been particularly different if they weren't putting resources into POE2, because they would have spent less money on it. Like, GGG would have had less staff in total, and so POE1 would have got the same, like, would have got basically the same thing it did, except maybe for a couple, like, there were teething problems around settlers where they couldn't put on more people. I think POE1's in this spot where, honestly, asynchronous trade has me worried about the future of POE1, because asynchronous trade has made loot trash in POE1. And again, that's the acceleration of progression. You're jumping over the fun part. There's a section of the player base that love playing the most powerful things ever, and those people play standard. Then there's a section of the player base for whom the most fun part is getting to the point where you're too powerful for everything in the game. And those people, like, the fun part of the game just got squished in Keepers. It's like there's this days 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that progression got squished into day 2 once we worked out how the thing worked. That's the sort of messy thing. That's an interesting thought. Synthesis has come up in chat there a bit, not for its comparison to this is over on YouTube chat, not for its comparison to what you had in the incursion mechanics that are being added, because I think there's a lot of synthesis adjacent stuff there. But the way that you couldn't fail upwards with synthesis, you failed downwards a bunch. And once synthesis got worked out, yeah, I agree. I feel like the thing that's the mess with asynchronous trade is that POE1, the loot systems were not designed around it. And so, like, asynchronous trade of consumables works because there is actually a lot of friction there. You don't feel this if you're a casual player, because if you're a casual player, you get a Horn Scarab of Awakening, you list it on the asynchronous trade, and you can sell it, and there's no limit on you being able to list it. But if you're someone like me that has, a few hundred divines at least, the 10 listings limit is really impactful for the amount that you can just bully those casual players out of the trade league economy. But with the asynchronous trade of items, they didn't put in that limitation. So I can be me, and not just me, because like then there's people like Fubgun that do it more than me, much more than me. But like I can just flood the market and render a casual player's drops worthless, because that casual player can't force anyone to buy loot from them. And this is not just ground loot. This includes things that were not changed in drop rate at all. Like you find like the whole. I do think we need to see a league without a deterministic mechanic, but there are a bunch of things that the new league mechanic in Keepers does not produce that were trashed, like that were just turned to non-loot this league. Like, for instance, destructive play mapping. Destructive play mapping is, well, it's actually picked up a little bit since, but for week 2, it was 80% less loot than it was in the past. And 80%, so basically casual Andy, like one of the things they would get into is going and doing destructive play mapping. Well, GGG came along and said, here's asynchronous trade. Guess what, casual Andy? You can't compete, because people that are doing absolute spam farms are way faster than you are. They've flooded the market on everything you can farm. So you just don't have loot. All your loot has been, it's still dropping. You're still getting the same items, but they're worth less than they used to be. And so it's just, yeah, like this is one of those things that POE1 has, like the loot system was just not designed for the ability to have asynchronous trade dump tabs. If it was 10 items that if you could only list 10 items, I think it'd be fine. Because then you'd be fine. You'd be in a much better spot. Like you could say, all right, casual player gets their item that they're proud of, which might be something that is not exciting to a veteran, like an Aegis Aurora. They're going to list that in one of their 10 slots. But I'm not going to list Aegis in one of my 10 slots. Because I'm going to list something that's worth a lot more. And that means the casual player can actually sell their item. Whereas right now, I'm just going to be like, oh, okay, that's my 37th Aegis of the league. All right, let's dump it. Let's dump it, and let's do so in a way that suppresses the excitement of drops for the more casual players. And then you've got people like Fubgun that are doing it with their 37th Mageblood. So yeah, listing being free was a disaster in one. And I think, honestly, that is the reason people don't like Keepers. That is the primary reason that people don't like Keepers, is that that the fact that people like me, I mean, like I think I listed 150 influence Stygians in a day recently. I should not, like, the fact that I can do that means there's only space for 3 or 4 people crafting on that scale. And then otherwise everyone else is just unable to make anything out of it. Anyway, rants about the trade system out of the way, because that I think is going to be, like, that has me worried about POE1's future. It is actually, I've said this actually before they even talked about adding async. I said, like, it would be one of the things that would make me worried that GGG were like, okay, we are going to get as much money as we can out of the next, out of POE1 in the next 2 years, and then we're just going to accept we're never going to make anything more out of it, really, would be adding async trading. That was something I'd said for a while, because ultimately I think this league has proven Chris Wilson's right with his trade manifesto. And that is something that is, at the same time, asynchronous trade has been fun. It's just that it's my fun is coming at the expense of casual players getting less loot. And not just casual players either, like everyone getting less loot. Okay, let's go back to POE2 though, because POE2, at least the loot system was designed around asynchronous trade, so it hasn't been as disastrous there, because in POE2, if you're someone that's grinding top-end content, you are not generating you're not generating spammy amounts of drops that would otherwise be exciting to other players. In the way that, like, in POE1, it doesn't matter whether you're me, whether you're Fubgun, or whether you're a casual player. In POE1, you get something like 1,000 Worms Malt for every one Mage Blood that drops. The exact number might be a bit off on that, but that's sort of the ballpark figure. In POE2, the power gamers generate a lot fewer of the common uniques per Astromantis. That's the thing that's the reason that in POE2 they got away with async without it being a problem. Ice Cold Pork Soda's raising something about casual players being locked out of the economy by not being online all the time. Like, that didn't matter very much, because if you cared about selling your item, you would be able to compete with the people that were online at the time. So if you got an Aegis and Aegis was 90 chaos, for me, I would have been like, oh, okay, let's just throw it in a tab. I would have thought, all right, I'm doing this as a community service. I'm just going to list it at 90C, because I don't really want to log out, but I don't really want to leave my map, but I will do it. But a casual player would be like, oh, cool. All right, I'm going to put this at 88C. Does it sell? Yes, it does. Great. Or no, it doesn't. Okay, I'm going to then look and see, oh, someone's undercut me to 86. I'm going to undercut them again. Whereas I would have just dropped it in at 90 and just been like, oh, okay, maybe it sells, maybe it doesn't. Or probably actually dump it in a 1D tab. So, like, that friction, that seller friction, means I would have a lower threshold for exiting a market than a casual player does, and Fubgun would have a higher threshold than I would for exiting a market. He'd have a lower threshold again. So, like, there's this sort of tiered system, whereas with async, it's just Fubgun can bully me out of the market, I can bully the casual player out of the market. That's the thing that's messy. There are a lot of bad faith acting going on there, but, like, ultimately, I think it's just, I would love to, like, they can't remove async, but they really need to fix the ability. They really need to fix how much it moves around wealth within the economy, because it's doing that in completely the wrong direction. Essentially, if you take an item that's uncommon like Void Battery, the first 10,000 of them that drop are loot. The next 100,000 that drop are not loot. And in the past, eventually you'd hit a point where Fubgun's like, you know what, I can't be bothered picking up this item. I'm going to remove it from my filter. And then that means that other people who get them can get them in that first 10,000. Whereas nowadays, Fubgun can just go, oh, yep, cool, I'll take them all. I'll keep taking those, and I'll just spend 1.5 seconds putting them up on listing. So you end up with this concentration of valuable drops. More of the valuable drops fall for the top couple of percent of the player base. Now, at the same time, Keepers has had targeted nerfs at, kind of nerfing at my level and above, with the map modifier effect things and some of the broken farms. So they have seen that problem coming, and they've gone, okay, we need to counterbalance this a bit. But they didn't go far enough, and that's the reason loot feels so bad. Is that, like, drop rates that were not too high in the past now are, because you're competing with offline sellers. That is the messy thing that's going on. But the problem is, when the solution is lowering drop rates feels bad. And yeah, like, you're seeing people saying, I am now considering SSF. So someone to say, I am now considering SSF, that is them saying, please bring back trade friction, but not just the old level of trade friction, but more. Because SSF is like, it's like synchronous trade, except it's a higher level of friction again, which is kind of crazy. Anyways, that's one of those things that's like, that the whole stuff around trade, and like, people hated interacting with the old trade system because it was unpleasant to interact with, but at the same time, it was so central to the way that so much of the game design had been done. They've got to redesign the loot system in 1 now. They have to rebuild it from the ground up, which is just a complete and utter mess. And I agree, selling friction has to be in listing items. And like, there a bunch of things, like make Faustus charge chaos orbs to list things. Something that just stops people from doing the complete spam. And that's an interesting thought Adam Craftian's got there. Again, like on the crafting, like POE2's crafting consuming bases is a very big philosophy change because there's no such thing as a scouring orb there. I feel like that was the reason annulment orbs got so valuable in 0.3. That's something that's substantial there. Annuls are strong enough that they don't restore a base to its original condition, but they're close enough that I don't think it really matters that much. Okay, having a look through here. I kind of don't want to go through every single little thing here, because otherwise it's just going to end up taking forever, and I am going to need to at some point do a couple of things there, a couple of things IRL. Just looking through here though, we'll have a look at this major skill changes. There's going to be a whole bunch of Spectres changes, which we're going to have a big thing on at some point next week. Ice fragments are getting changed a lot. So now these are being changed so that they can only hit each enemy once per group. And I think they were going to buff them somewhere else as well. So this is going to be a substantial thing that comes up. Uniques is something to look at. Okay, cool. Thanks for the heads up. Per target hit limits on Firestorm Ice. Yeah, like there's a bunch of things here that are just clarifications that are important ones. And where various gems come up are being changed. I think, is there anything in the way of changes in uniques that are substantial? So we've got bossing, we've got bossings and uniques to jump to. Is there anything people want to just flag as specific skills that are worth a look? So Ball Lightning is getting substantial buffs, it looks, all the way through. Less chance to shock though, so it's like it's going to be more of a damage skill, less there. And Explosive Spear is much better. +1 lodge spears every 8 gem levels. Frenzy Charge Empowered Explosion now deals monstrously more, substantially more damage, like 40% more damage. 100% increased ignite magnitude. And Frenzy Charge Empowered Explosion length now proves better visuals, which is always important as well. Yeah, so Explosive Spear is getting a lot of little things there. What else do we have here that's... oh yeah, Ghost Dance was mentioned. Now has 3 at all gem levels rather than 3 to 5. Duration between gaining them is way worse than it was. So essentially, Ghost Dance is way worse than it was. It was something that was really, really strong. Hex Blast now caps out at 10 explosions per cast rather than 3, so that's substantially better. Hex Blast is still very, very clunky there. And then there's a whole lot of other little things here. Lightning Rod has been nerfed a lot. Lightning Rod was actually probably the bigger part of the Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod combo. But there's definitely big nerfs there to deal with Deadeye being so oppressive. Roll Mount, again, is also being nerfed, as we mentioned. I can't believe they buffed that last league. Like, that was something that was just so obviously a mistake. Is Eye of Winter still bad? Let's have a look, see. Eye of Winter is projectiles now, it now travels much further and has less base projectile speed. Cooldown is now 10 seconds. It looks like it's getting better, but I'm not sure it's sold. Perfect Strike leveling. So Perfect Strike is now, it's a little bit worse at low level, but it gets better at endgame. So there's an Ignite proliferation change there. Having a quick look there. Okay, unique item changes. Grand Spectrums are now better than... Grand Spectrum Resists are now better. That's pretty niche. I feel like there's other things that were better. Sandstorm Visage is getting a modest buff. Again, only really relevant if you're fighting a long time. Hoxtal's Machination is... they're going back to increased effective socketed soul cores being scalable. So that's basically undoing... Oh no, it used to be 333 to 666, didn't it? Back in the original version. And then like that was so busted. The Adorned is now going to 150%. Wow. The Adorned is going to be really valuable this league. This is a huge buff to doing the Trailmaster. If you like doing the Trailmaster, like the Adorned is rare, but this thing is now actually really good. Really, really good. Devon's asking about the details of the Lightning Rod nerf. Like it just has worse damage projection. Just mentioning here, it's like so the number of Lightning Rods allowed is now 10 down from 20, and the Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses some of its mechanics. So yeah, it's just basically designed to make those shenanigans less ridiculous. Salem and Perfidy are getting better base stats. Perfidy, I need to check that I've got Perfidy and Pragmatism wrong in my head. I had those two round the wrong way. Now these ones, they're getting substantially better base stats, and base defenses are actually a lot better than they used to be. So just keep that in mind. Now we have Melting Maelstrom is changing the way that it works. This flask was completely busted for a period. It's still pretty strong, but it's just getting changed around a lot. Struggle Scream, which is essentially the POE2 equivalent of Strangle Grasp, it is now going to be able to actually function like a Strangle Grasp. Zoph's Blood is getting buffed. Choir of the Storm is getting buffed. Pandemonious is getting buffed. All of this is just little stuff there. Do I think the Adorned is being added to Atzeri's drop pool? Devon is asking. I feel like they're going to keep it to the one boss it's already tied to, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Zoph's Blood was already... okay, so here's the problem with Zoph's Blood, Choir of the Storm, and Pandemonious, right? These are in a slot that can get +3 gem levels. This is... the Amulet slot is ridiculously good. So even though it is genuinely getting quite a lot here, you need to be playing a build that is doing elemental damage and also doesn't care about giving that up. Choir of the Storm is the best of these items otherwise, so that may end up being the one that's good. Controlled Metamorphosis. This is Thread of Hope. This is no longer going to have a nerfed chaos resistance on it. This is a good thing. A very good thing. And Svarlin is getting buffed, of all things. Wow. That's okay. They're definitely going out of their way to make some of these uniques a bit better. Keeper of the Ark now, again, more and better stats. Horus Resolve. Moroya Invictus is better again, and Moroya Invictus was very usable. Solus Ipsy is now allowing you to go with addition, 3 copies of Lineage Skills gems instead of 2. I think this is going to be very useful in a few places. Sana Equio is getting way better as well. Yeah, all of these Arbiter drops are getting way better. And Defiance of Destiny is getting massively boosted there. 30% of missing life when hit before being hit by an enemy is enormous. Wrathpinth is getting nerfed. I think it's still fine. Hammer of Faith needed that. That was not quite there, I don't think. What else do we have here? Doomfletch is getting a massive boost, as is Lion Eyes. And Whispering Ice now has 7, potentially 7, like with Divine Perfect. This feels like it's a mythic rarity unique. I think like pretty much everything that's listed here is either a mythic rare or as a boss drop. Oh wow, Whispering Ice is huge. Is it just me that thinks this is massive? Like absolutely massive. Isomer is saying, oh, hang on. Actually, let's clarify this. Isomer interpreted something differently to me. So this is in Twitch chat, saying that they specifically said +3 skill amulets are no longer a thing. I thought when they were referring to +3 skill, when they were referring to that, I thought it's no longer a thing was relating to homogenizing exaltation. Because I was talking about using, like, the context of the chat was using homogenizing exaltation to craft +3 skill amulets. So let's have a look on that. Fireflower is the one I want to know if that's still around, because if your interpretation is right, I'm not saying my interpretation is right. It is just what my interpretation was. If your interpretation is right and they're getting rid of +3 from rare amulets, then Fireflower is going to be busted. Busted. Whispering Ice, though, is looking like... And the other thing to note is that if it's +7 to the level of cold spell skill gems, 23% of 7, I'm thinking Krangle Divines here, is 1.61. This is actually going to mean you can get +9 to the level of cold spell skill gems on Whispering Ice if you get a perfect Krangle Divine on it. It is going to be absolutely bonkers. Absolutely ridiculous. Because yeah, that can Krangle Divine. I've got to see the plus level of gems if there's an item change on that. I haven't seen that yet. Covenant is getting a couple of changes that are a net with the Life Remnant skill as well. Yeah, they're net neutral, I'd say. Net neutral changes. That's quite significant there. Okay, so Silks of Veneration, I can't remember what that does, but it's getting a bit better. Cloak of Defiance, yeah, lots of things are getting a bit better. Voltaxic Rift is getting miles better. That's actually miles better. Brass Dome, I'm still not sold on. I don't think it's that. I just don't like the item. Melgara's Virtuosity now also has your critical hit chance cannot be re-rolled. I am curious what that is meant to mean. Coming Calamity now has a bonus to Herald skills. That's substantial because like Herald skills are good, and Coming Calamity is really strong. Ghost Wrath now converts 35% of life to ES. Cloak of Flame is better. Well, like a lot of these are a lot better. A lot of these are really, really getting improvements here. But like we said, this appears to be the like I said, this appears... They mentioned a few times that this is the boss and mythic rarity uniques that are being changed first. So that may be the only things that are done. Moroya is getting better. They already made some changes to it, but Moroya is really looking good here. This is feeling like it's really strong. And then we have, what else is there? So yeah, all the Moroya stuff is great. Hyrizaya now has 25%, no longer has that. It has cold damage instead. Now has gain damage as extra cold. Yeah, that's like Hyrizaya is way better. Queen of the Forest now actually has movement speed built in. But it is capped. Yep. Okay, so Queen of the Forest is still very good. It's sometimes better, sometimes worse than it was. Crackling Palm is now way better than it was. Yeah, these are really substantial. Perfidy is losing some of its avoidance, but also picking up new avoidance as well. I don't really like damage avoidance. It's one of those stats that seems really good and then just doesn't play that well. Skin of the Loyal is like, it's better than it was. I still feel it's mostly just leveling gear though. Choir of the Storm is now able to store up 5 charges of its lightning. Oliver Sara, which is from, what do you call it, from Expedition Boss, now has on hitting an enemy gain additional lightning damage equal to the enemy's power for 20 seconds, up to a total of 500. So, 20 seconds, yeah, so that's substantial. Unborn Lich now rolls 4 Desecrated mods. Grip of Kulamak has had many of its modifier ranges buffed. And Sacrifice of Blood Keystone. Yeah, okay, so they're massively nerfing this one. I thought that would be the case. That was ridiculous. That one is going to be absolutely, absolutely crazy. Okay, so now we have item changes. Now, this is where we'll get that clarification on gems, but it's... Let's just have a quick look. So, item changes is where we're at. I was looking for the thing that someone mentioned was amulets. I am not seeing the major changes that people thought were there for amulets. Anyways, let's just go back to where we were before, which was item changes. Rune Socket's renamed to... I'm going to be here for another few hours. Yeah, it looks like it. It's unfortunate, but anyways. As long as I can get to lunch in like 2 hours, I'm all right, because I'm starting to get a bit hungry. And then, yeah. I want to then do a bit of more of a condensed version of this at some point, but that might end up being tomorrow. Rune sockets have been renamed to augment sockets. Non-dual items are going to augment sockets have been renamed from socketables to augments. Existing augment talismans have been renamed to idols. Oh wow, this is just all of the mess that comes up from wanting to use talisman as a name somewhere else. Existing items that have invalid augment sockets from the following limit changes will be unable to be used until the sockets are once again valid. They're actually doing Hedgewitch Assandra's Rune of Wisdom is now limited to 1. Farrell's Rune of the Chase is now limited to 1. Yeah, okay, good. So that's some of the things that made certain weapon types, certain item types way better than they otherwise would be, and kind of made them just invalidate alternatives, are now getting fixed there, it looks. And that's going to mean more variety in what can be socketed, because Hedgewitch Assandra's Rune of Wisdom was so good that you just couldn't justify anything else there. That's going to be absolute craziness to try and work out. And a bunch of items that were like really valuable previously are just not going to work anymore, which is going to end up annoying a lot of people. But yeah, I think that's, I'm actually quite happy with this change. I think this is just going to mean more variety in the way people gear, rather than this option is so good you have to stack it. And lots of other little changes there, but mostly it's just changing things to 1. Now, X% surpassing chance to fire. Oh, okay. This clarifies a bunch. All right, so here's the big Deadeye nerf, right? Here's the first Deadeye nerf, but also this clarifies what that surpassing meant before. So surpassing chance means if you exceed 100%, then you hit 100%, but you also wrap around and start again. So, for instance, if you got 130%, that is 100%. That is like 100% chance to get 1, and then 30% chance to get another 1. if you had 430% of this stat, then it'd be 100% chance to get 4, but also a 30% chance to get a 5th. So that was the weird text that we had earlier. That's what surpassing means. That is something that's a really clunky thing that should have been explained the first time it showed up in these patch notes. Anyways, of the many, what was the old... I just want to check the old mods that existed exactly there. So POE2DB, let's go modifiers and bows and... All right, so we used to have just level 55 and 82. So now what they're doing is they're making it so that you can still get these. This is only a small nerf to the existing 2 mods. So what used to be available at 100% is now being nerfed to 75 to 100, and what used to be available at 200% is now being nerfed to 175 to 200. So this is a modest nerf here to bows, but only like a very small one. But then they're adding in this stat earlier in the game. So you can get this stat on low-level bows and also on mid-level bows. And it's just basically, you're going to have more progression on your weapon. And that's something that was quite complex to try and work out exactly what they were going with there, because the wording is just so bad. Spell damage, specific damage type, damages as extra on staves are now 33% stronger on average. So staves have a reason to exist. And this is that package of changes that they were saying where they wanted it to be that a staff is an all-out offensive weapon, whereas a wand and a shield is a more defensive choice. Whereas previously, wand and shield was better offensively and the staff just had no reason to exist. Now they're giving both a reason to exist. You want a small amount of defense, then you go focus and wand. But you're still not going to be fully defensive. You're still going to feel squishier than if you were to go like wand and shield, which most people don't do. But you have that option. Essentially, that is just about making more. That is just build diversity. That's the goal here. There's people who want the game to say there is no build diversity. It is just do the right thing. Or you either make the right choice or the wrong choice. Those people are going to be disappointed here. Instead, there's going to be a thing where they're going, right, we're going to make it so that there's more build diversity here. Yeah. That is the purpose of game balance in general, is stopping a situation where you have Lightning Spear being like, was Lightning Spear like 48% of the meta at one point? And that was just because it was already good, then they buffed it, and then that was just the end of like 0-2. People stopped wanting to play it anymore. You felt like the league couldn't come back at that point when they made that buff. It felt really good on day one, but the day that they did it. But then it was when it was really noticeable. People stopped coming back. I mean, buffing and the comments in YouTube at the moment focusing on should they just buff the bad things and leave the good things where they are. That is just equivalent to nerfing content. Like at that point, you're saying, okay, tier 15 content is being nerfed to tier 10. That's the equivalent of saying every player gets plus 30% more damage. Like these two things are equivalent. They just result in the same game. The thing is that you've got to have challenging content, otherwise the game gets boring. And they're trying to find this right balance where there's a sense of progression being important and also at the same time a diversity of builds. Buffing things just constantly buffing things is how you end up with a situation where every monster that has less than 10 quintillion hit points is just a speed bump and not fun to fight. That's going to be the thing that's messy. It is definitely the case, though, as has come up in YouTube chat just in the last second or two. Yes, druids are going to have to use weapon swap here, I think. Unless you want to just be permanently in like wolf form. If you're wanting to alternate between things, you are going to need to get familiar with weapon swap. Okay, so we have a bunch of other little changes that are going on here, but this is all staves related things. Increased energy shield here, which is just not very important, but also this thing here where the top two tiers of spell damage and specific damage modifiers are no longer going to be available on foci. This is again them saying we're making staves better, and foci are going to sacrifice a bit of offense for a bit of defense. That's the choice. You can make that choice. Like, ultimately, both are going to be viable options. That's what they're going for. And okay, a bunch of different changes are taking place to weapon types here. Just looking to see if there's anything that is really, really exciting here, or if this. I feel like this is just going to be the whole thing I was talking about. I think it was in the Q&A where they were like, all right, we're going to make a few things better, a few things worse. But the goal is that each new weapon that you unlock during the campaign is better than the one before it. Okay, here we go with the staves. So the Cole's modifier on staves now grants +1 to fire skills instead of 2. And this also applies to equivalent modifiers for other things. The same applies to cinders, flames, of the mage, of the enchanter, of the evoker. Perfect essence of battle is getting nerfed, which we knew, from 5 instead of 6. But I'm not seeing that this is applying to everything. The top tiers still feel like they're the same. I'm going to confirm that, though. Have a look, see at the highest tier of staff modifier. Staves. What is the name of this? So it is of Immolation is the... of the Inferno is +7 to all fire skills. So let's have a look, see we have anything of that. So, and then we'll have to come back to of the Evoker. Yeah, there's no change to the +7 nodes there. So that's kind of gonna feel like basically a caster staff isn't loot unless it has a +7 on it at endgame. Lesser Essence of Sorcery is now better. Oh, that's just the staves changes, isn't it? Perfect Essence of Battle, again, is being nerfed. Also, lots of... Yeah. The Relic Locker is like one of those quality of life things that was really needed, but ultimately, there's just a bunch of good changes here. I think like the additional variety that's going to come out from this socket change is good. That's something that I think we lost a bit of that when they made the changes from to support gems. Like, I feel like they should have handled the changes to support gems last league differently. But when they made it so that you could use infinite copies of every support gem straight away, the ones that are just pure numbers buffs started becoming really dominant. And I feel like these socketables were already really dominant as well. I think that this is something that's, like it's going to be interesting how that plays out. But I think it's generally looking good. Now, here we have that really controversial change that is basically GGG acting on the feedback that we're getting surrounded, boxed in, and killed too quickly by monsters. So they're making it so that at endgame, monsters are tankier, drop more loot, and there's fewer of them. This is going to have a big impact on which builds are good. And it's going to be something that's not really clear early on. Because they said, I think, that it's going to be 40% more monster health at endgame, which means it's going to be harder to start one-shotting everything. So a lot of things are changing here. And on top of this, you need to defeat the Arbiter of Ash. This is now just like really mandatory. It was already important. This was already important, but it is really critical now. And yeah, the Ascensia Sanguis is definitely getting made rarer. Someone's asking on YouTube there. Ascensia Sanguis is getting made rarer. They were pretty clear about that in there. So, yeah, Arbiter of Ash, I feel like as players have gotten more powerful, the seeking out a carry to beat Zarok the Temporal in the Sanctum has become less of a thing, but seeking out a carry to beat the Arbiter of Ash is going to become more of a thing now, because that's going to be the new replacement for it. Like, it's still something you probably wanted to do anyway, but it's now more urgent to get it done quickly. This is going to be the equivalent of Path of Exile 1, like people who can beat Uber Elder, but can't beat it on day one, going and getting a TFT carry in order to get past Uber Elder on day one, because doing so gives you much more loot when you're mapping. Arbiter of Ash is going to be that gatekeeper now, gatekeeping your loot. You are going to definitely want to get an Arbiter of Ash carry really early on. That's going to be something that is, like a really noticeable change as a result of this. You probably want to get an Arbiter of Ash carry about the time that you are permanently leaving behind tier 10 maps, I reckon. Like once you're saying, I am not going back into tier 10 and down, that's the point where you want an Arbiter carry. And the thing is, you can't beat it yourself at that point. You may or may not have found that yet, but whether you have or not, you probably can't beat the fight. You certainly can't beat the Citadels. Like if you're really good mechanically with Arbiter, you could beat the boss, but you probably can't beat the Citadels. Whereas now, that's going to be really substantial. Just to note that Arbiter got made substantially more common last league as well. This will be really messy. I don't think this is the right spot at this point in the game's progression. I don't think this is the right spot for this mechanic to be locked in, because it's such an important thing. It is such an important thing to get there. Okay, so anyways, Arbiter of Ash no longer drops a corrupted rare tablet. All tablet modifiers that could roll on the generic things can now drop on all tablet base types. The following tablet modifiers are going away. Quantity, hey, that's interesting. Delirious monsters killed in map grant additional reward progress. Delirium encounters have a chance to gain an additional reward, and these are being replaced by 7 to 11% increased effectiveness of monsters in your map. Now, we don't know exactly what this does. This is probably pretty substantial, but it feels like it's something strong. But to find that out. Of contest, unique monsters in your maps have one additional rare modifier. That's strong. That one's going to be really strong. I do agree that, tablet crafting is going to be really strong. Really strong. Honestly, really strong. Re-enabled of undertaking. Map has 1 to 2 additional random modifiers, which is a lot less toxic than it is in POE1. Now, the following modifiers have been buffed. Collectors, that is just a low-end buff, but that actually matters because the low rolls on these do matter because you wouldn't bother divining it. Pack size is being buffed again at the low end. Increased magic monsters. A lot of this seems to be just making it so that getting a low explicit roll is less painful. Brimming Bountiful, Elevated, Treasurers, all of these things are just basically getting stronger. And remember, you're going to have more tablets as well. So this is substantial. They're really adding a lot of additional sources of rare monsters, of juice here. All these are just basically, each individual change isn't much, but because you're going to have 4 mods on each tablet potentially, that's going to be really substantial. And again, it makes Arbiter, all of these buffs make the Arbiter even more important to get done quickly. So that's going to be the single most important thing here. Effectiveness is explained in the first section of this. Let me just go back. They now increase non-monster. So it is just, it's linearly life, experience, and quantity. Oh, okay. So thanks for the clarification, Zitted TV and Twitch chat. I had missed that one. So like I said, Arbiter carries are now so much more important than I was even thinking they'd be beforehand. You only ever need one, but they're going to be really important. All sorts of things. Just basically, it strikes me that essentially things are going from 2 to 6 up to 3 to 6 is the change they're going for here. So 2 to 6 has an average of 4. 3 to 6 has an average of 4.5. So it seems like your individual modifiers are going up by about 11%, as well as you being able to have, as well as you going from having a total of 6 of them to a total of 12 of them. So that's going to be basically a 122% juice multiplier that's coming out of all of these changes here. But that's the juice that comes from tablets. At the same time, the juice that comes from explicit modifiers on your maps is decreasing. So there's give and take here. I feel like they're going for a higher juice level overall. I'm not absolutely certain of that until we actually get to play with it, but it looks like things are pretty strong here. Then we have the changes that are taking place to the Atlas Notables. So they have finally decided not to go with the rare breach monsters in your maps have Soul Eater. Instead, they're going with them having Onslaught and 50% increased effectiveness. Greed Shrines are gone, and so that notable is just gone entirely. And Waystones now have 10% chance for Waystones to be rare and corrupted. That's probably worse than it was before. Swapping around things in Delirium a bit. Magic monsters have 25% chance to have an additional Deli mod and 100% rarity for that particular monster. That's not bad at all. It now provides currency which drops from Delirium monsters in your maps is stolen by the map boss. Each stolen currency has a 20% chance to be duplicated. Okay, this one's funny. But only if you defeat them under the effects of Delirium. Okay, that's intriguing. Like, Waystones can no longer be instilled with liquid emotions, and so this is the Isn't It Tempting is basically saying, can you get to the map boss quickly? Always get to the map boss quickly. I think the real problem with this is going to be what happens if you've already killed the map boss. I don't know how that's going to go yet. And also, like, liquid emotions are just going to be absolutely spammy in numbers now. Absolutely spammy. Boss waves in Simulacrum also drop a guaranteed emotion. They used to drop a lot, so maybe they're going to... I think they're going to reduce the drop rate of liquid emotions a lot. Because otherwise they're just going to be... otherwise you're just going to end up really disappointed by them. Vaults of Kamasa, they're finally dealing with the party bonuses on that. Okay, monster changes here are actually pretty small here. It's... anything there that looks really substantial. Bosses have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Once the boss finishes their merge or becomes aggro, the damage reduction... yeah, so they're all getting the Shaper tech from POE1, Shaper and Harbinger tech. And it's going to be over the duration. For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction falls off faster. And so essentially this is just basically making it so that bosses get to live long enough to do something. Although, unless you have absolutely monstrous overkill. So that's something that, yeah, has probably been needed to be added because of just how much player damage has gotten, like, into the stratosphere. This one's actually interesting. This is quite a nerf here in terms of, like, the very, very top end of play. This is quite a substantial nerf. Because, like... at some point, you have a choice in a build. Do I invest in damage propagation or do I invest in damage? And at some point, the choice is always invest in propagation over damage. This is then going to interfere with that and change things around a bit. Okay, so we have a bunch of... the Blind Beast in the Isle of Kin now drops a blank Greater Rune, which can then be changed in for a Greater Rune of your choice from a selection. And you'll also pick up a bunch of other things. UI changes, anything really substantial here? I'm just looking for anything substantial in the rest. MTX changes. I think we're basically at the point where now we've just got the bug fixes. Now, effects that spread and ignite were completely and utterly useless there. I think with this, actually, I think this might not have been as bad as it seems, because Ignite proliferation effects did work as they were intended to, or at least close to it. I think what was happening is that every frame was giving you a hit's worth of flammability. I think that may have been what was going on, because it did not feel like it wasn't working at all. That would add more delay, but still, it's still too slow to be great. Looking if there's anything else here that's so they mentioned homogenizing exalts were gone. See, that's interesting. Like, there's clearly a bunch of stuff that's missing. The homogenizing exalts being removed was something they talked about, and it's not showing up in the patch notes. This has me concerned that these patch notes are incomplete in ways that we don't know. So I don't know exactly what's going to go on there. What I want to do at this point, though, is probably call a stream and then go and work out a bunch, like think a bit more on things, and also do a few things IRL that I need to do, and then come back with a recorded video with a few more thoughts on exactly where we're going, from here. That's a good point. Mugboy is asking in Twitch chat, was it confirmed they removed homogenizing exaltation, or that they just thought that it was problematic? I'm pretty sure they said explicitly it was removed. I'm going to have a look and see who is on Twitch stream-wise, so that we can go and annoy someone with a raid. I think that'll be the way to go from here. So let's just go and see who currently is streaming. Maybe go for someone that's doing gameplay, actually. If there's anyone that's doing POE1 or POE2 at the moment. And then... So we have... Let's go and have a look in POE1, because we have exactly 741 watches. So probably 1 or 0 people that are doing much. Let's jump over and raid someone who I don't recognize in there. If there's someone that I don't know. Heist Prison, that sounds fun. Zish POE. I have seen this person before, but I'm going to go and jump over there with a raid.
I don't take any extra damage from Chris.
So Zish POE. So yeah, a little bit of a change in theme here. So those of you that are on Twitch, we're going to jump over and raid Zish. So /raid Zish POE. Those of you that are on YouTube, I'm just going to end up closing the stream in a sec. But thanks all. May your Vaal orbs have interesting results. And if you have not yet got, if you've just joined in Twitch and you haven't yet got your drops, jump into another channel that is doing the POE2 stream yourself, so you get them. Just waiting for that all to come through, then I'll...
There's a large number of lonely men out there.
Hello?
Don't worry, I won't let them rape you.
Yo, Sir Gog.